good day and good evening, because that's the time where I am. Welcome to Tea Time with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. On these streams, we talk about Final Fantasy XIV, just in general. We might even talk about not Final Fantasy XIV, depending on what strikes our fancy. We will also be reviewing some clips. There's a lot of you that have posted clips for me to specifically review that you would like me to either see, show, give advice on. And if you don't have a clip posted, remember that you can post clips to see in the Discord community server, which you can find right there under clip reviews. Yes, with that said, hey Archbuster, hey, did someone else get pushed out? I think some got pushed out. Weird. Can't see the start of the chat, I don't think. Hey Archbuster, hey Chester, hey Chris, hey Elisa Wolf, hey Cranberry, hey Ardell, hey Rust, and hey Gassel. Hope you're all doing very well. I broke the chain, my bad. And I hope you have a good sleep, Chester. Right, so this week we had new patch. Not like a huge amount of additions in the patch, but if anyone's not sure what to look for, we have we have new MSQ stuff, which gives as a reward for doing it, you get this. And of course, you're ready for when Dawn Trail comes out, I guess. It takes like less than 2 hours. It should, at least. Then there is new Tataru story. What was it that gave again? Right, a Chocobo outfit for your Chocobo companion. And there is a... So you may remember, if you have grinded the reputations from, or well, the tribes from A Realm Reborn, Heavensward or Stormblood, that they have like a grand finale that... oh yeah, it also gave you portrait stuff. That's true, thank you, Ardell. And you will remember that in those, specifically not Shadowbringers tribes, there is like a grand finale when you've maxed out all of them that gives you some extra reward, with the A Realm Reborn one giving you this mask. And the Heavensward and Stormblood ones, if I remember correctly, gives you a dance or something like that. The Endwalker one has also been put into the game now, and it also gives you a dance. Called Lop Hop, I believe. Yep, Lop Hop. Which you may also have previously seen in the Hildebrand story of Endwalker. And speaking of which, there's of course the grand finale of the Endwalker Hildebrand story added as well, which, you know, it also takes like an hour or a bit more than an hour or something. It has a trial. The trial does not have an extreme. Just for anyone wondering, it does not come with an extreme, and Hildebrand trials usually don't come with an extreme. So, like, nothing unusual there. It is a little bit of a shame, because I'm sure the fight would be really cool with, like, the extreme level of difficulty that sometimes are added. Well, sometimes added, are always added, I should say. And apparently, a warrior has already soloed it also, so enjoy that. So one player can beat the fight in less than an hour, because that's the time the duty takes, or has maxed out on. Which is not surprising, because the fight does not have any stack markers. So there's nothing that specifically requires 8 players, as long as you do the mechanics right. Hey Rara, Warrior can solo the trial that was added in the new patch. Presumably, all tanks might be able to. The one that is mostly up in the air is probably Dark Knight, because they have the weakest amount of self-sustain of the tanks. But yeah, Warrior can do it. just solo the newest trial. And if you're wondering, wait, how did you solo it? You have to queue for that. You have to bring 8 players. You, of course, bring a full party and just have your 7 friends leave. Pretty ingenious, right? Which is an interesting callback, because at the start of Endwalker, right around when the first raid tier came out, there was this little gimmick, or fad, you could say, in soloing P1N. So the first boss in the first raid tier on normal, which indeed Warrior could do, but then it turned out, well, Paladin can also do it, and then a little bit while later, I believe Gunbreaker also came out and could do it, and I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure even a Dark Knight came out like, yes, even a Dark Knight can do it. Which, of course, leads to the interesting conclusion that if a Warrior can solo something with its insane self-sustain, then the follow-up question is, can Dark Knight solo it? Because if Warrior has the self-sustain to solo it, then it and the damage to solo it, notably, then probably all 4 tanks have the damage to solo it. Then if Dark Knight can do it, then all 4 tanks have the self-sustain to solo it. Because they're like opposing ends of the spectrum in a way, where Dark Knight has the worst self-sustain, and a Warrior doesn't have the worst damage. It has the most consistent damage of the 4 tanks because of all the guaranteed critical direct hits. But it isn't exactly it isn't exactly capable of doing the same amount of surprise burst that Gunbreaker and Dark Knight can do, for example. Hey Byak, hope you're doing well. Yeah, those are the new additions. I believe that is all of the new additions. Then we also, of course, as a result of the Hildebrand finale, we now have new Relic weapon stages, and they are item level 665. And they require 1,500 Tomestones of Causality. Again. But unlike the Shadowbringers Relic weapons, where you could freely customize what stats were on them down to the singular point, this time around, you get to choose the primary and secondary stat. Those 2 will be maxed out. And then you get to choose a tertiary stat, which will have, 72 points on it. And healers and tanks can still not choose direct hit. So they will have to choose between speed, tenacity, piety. Depending on the role, of course. So if you want a Relic weapon fully maxed out, you just need to bring 6,000 Tomestones of Causality. So, fun in that. One way you can do this grind somewhat casually is if you just do your daily roulettes, as many of them as possible, as a max level job. You can easily accumulate over 800 by doing all of it, at least over 700 if you do most of it. Which means it'll take you 2 days of dailies to get 1 Relic weapon 1 stage up from whatever stage it was at, right? But I'm pretty sure the more speedy and more effective way would be, for example, hunt trains. I've been told those are extremely effective. The question is how many of those you can do per hour. If you have a fast team, you might be able to do 6 ether fonts or lunar subterranes per hour. If you could do that, well, then you're at least getting just shy of 500. They at least get 500, or almost 500 causality. Matthew says healers go crit and spell speed with the tertiary being determination and melt directed everywhere else. That makes sense. The key thing being that if you don't know exactly what your stats will be because you don't have best in slot, then you might not be able to plan that. Which is why I just went with this. Anyway, that is of course something each individual can choose, and if you happen to choose wrong on the stats of your relic weapon, there is an NPC there at the area where you get your relic weapons that for the cost of one of the items that you need to upgrade a relic weapon, so 500 causality, you can redo it. So you can just fix it. So, for example, if you need that spell speed to get 2.4 GCD, then you can do that. And if you don't need it, then you can choose to not do that and just change it. Although 500 causality is a little bit spicy to just throw out the window for that. But yeah, you could do hunt trains. And the main reason why I recommend duty roulettes as a first alternative is because I know a lot of players find hunt trains can be a little bit hectic, a little bit scary, weird. Maybe they don't like to plan around when the hunt trains are going and things like that. Who knows? Each person has their own reasons for that. And also, yes, guild hests don't give any causality, do they? Nope. And there is an argument to be made for many of these roulettes that they might not be worth it. Like, for example, if you can do an expert roulette in 10 minutes, some people can. Like, super optimized speedrun, they might be able to do it in 10 minutes. The spam of that takes, like, gives 80. So, if it takes you basically more than like 12 minutes to do a random leveling roulette, depending on what you get, then it is actually better to just queue specifically for Lunar Subterrane or Aetherfont, just as an example. Similarly, you might get a really weird trial that takes a while, and then 60 causality isn't that impressive either. Same with 60 for normal raids. So, there's a lot of things to consider. There's also the thing that we have, and I'm pretty sure we have like 4 months at least until Dawn Trail. I'm pretty sure we'll have 4 months. So, because we have 4 months, if you want all of the relic weapons fully upgraded and you are on like, then you need to finish like 5 of them per month. And then you'll be good. Like, that's all that it takes to do that. So you're not that much in a hurry to finish 5 of them per month. You just need to do, like, the roulettes down the list 10 days in a month. And then that's done. And presumably you'll also pick up causality from other things you do. See, Gazel says, meaning you have to find another 3 people who don't prefer hunt trains. You could do that. I think part of the logic is also that people might not want to plan it. Like, for example, if you just want to, like, you get home from work, and you just want to farm some causality right now. Like, right now, and there's not a hunt train going right now. You could spam expert roulettes. You could do that as an example. An argument for why you might prefer Aetherfont over Lunar Subterrane is that the Aetherfont is balanced around a significantly lower item level requirement, but they have no upper limit, which means that you can go full 660 or 65 weapon even in Aetherfont or Lunar Subterrane, but in Aetherfont, your power is going to be like at a 15 item level advantage over if you did it in Lunar Subterrane. So unless there's something in Aetherfont that causes things to go particularly slow, and to my knowledge there isn't, then that would probably be the best one. Also, you get to repeatedly visit the patty cakes polar bears, you know, those bears. So that's already a win in my book. Also, hey Zip and hey Ymir and hey Eaterit and Morbanesh, hope you're all doing very well. You can also get 500 causality from your Wondrous Tales, that's also true. That's 2 lines, right? I'm pretty sure you need 2 lines to pick the 500 causality. You have a request, Ymir. What is your request? And hey Chloe, hope you're doing well. You just need 1? You know what? Let me just go and grab one. Let me just go and grab Wondrous Tales, because I don't have one. I'm pretty sure that that Chloe is going to be really mad at me because I have like a really, really old one. Yeah, look, she's going to be really, really mad. And hey Wool, hope you're doing well. Rust, all of them are actually elegant tomestones. Sure, Ymir. I can do that. Right. So what we're looking for is the Tomestones of Causality. So you would have to get 2 lines. With that said, for anyone curious, it's a long calculation to figure that out. But actually, when you start on your Wondrous Tales, there is actually a over 10% chance of getting 2 lines. So if you need 2 lines, it's not guaranteed, but you could try and force it if you have some second chances like in the bank. You could do that. However, given that it is 500 that we're talking about here, and you know, not 5,000, if it takes you more than an hour, then it stops being worth your time, because you could just, you know, spam expert roulettes, as I mentioned, so kind of loses the point, right? So like that is something to remember when you start farming anything related to the Wondrous Tales. Is it's not guaranteed. There's randomness involved. I have a video on the Wondrous Tales where I go over all these probabilities and everything. So it's really like, it's worth it if you have the second chances anyway, and you're not going out of your way to try and like make the magic happen, because it's not gonna happen. It's just not. But if you get it like as a free thing on the side, like, why can't I look at this while sitting down? If you do all of these things anyway, and then just have second chances, you could flip through this until you have to hand it in, and then maybe you'll get 2 lines in time. And that's not bad. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. And that's just a free extra 500. Also, hey 11, hope you're doing well. That was Aridel's tip of the week. Yes, then that is also something that might be worth considering for those that were watching this just now with the Wondrous Tales and went, wait, I can't see 3 lines? If you're below level 90, the Wondrous Tales book is going to look different. You're only going to be offered 2 of the options. I'm pretty sure it's those, like the first 2 columns. So that means you can't choose the notably level 90 treasure map. You can't pick the weekly tomestones typically rewarded exclusively for level 90 content. And you can't pick the farmable tomestones awarded typically for level 90 content. And worst of all, if you get 3 lines, you cannot choose the golden certificate of commendation, which would mean that you could miss out on over 10, if not over 20 million gil worth of money because of the value of the items locked behind this, depending on when you sell it. If you sell it. The item that it gives you the items it gives you access to. So, as always, a fear if you're doing Wondrous Tales when you're not level 90 is maybe you're unlucky enough to get 3 lines, you could say. Although you can still pick 1 million MGP, which is, you know, it's something. Also, hey Bob, hope you're doing well. And congratulations, Emir. I also have a pink chocobo. Mine is colibri pink. I tried to get a cherry pink, but I missed, and I was like, well, I guess this looks nice as well. But yeah, to just quickly circle back on that with the lines, as I said before, the probability of getting 2 lines is like over 10%. So that is like within the realm of possibility. On average, you would need to try 10 times to get it, right? But you can fix the RNG a bit, because you can fill in 7 stickers and then go, well, my chances are kind of bad, so I'll try again. And because it's 7, you could actually just re-roll until you flat out just have 2 lines, so you can remove the chance of failure completely, although you would have to re-roll a lot more, because it's a lot harder to get 2 lines with only 7 stickers instead of 9. But compare that to the 3 lines where your chance is 0.2%. So if you're actually actively fishing for 3 lines, just consider that for a moment. I believe the chance is a lot better if you're fishing for, a good combination to get 3 lines from 7 stickers with 2 more stickers. But it will still take you so long that on average, you could farm 20 million gil in the time it would take you to get 3 lines. So I go over all that in my video on the subject. But being colibri pink is kind of ironic. Yeah, I guess it is. Hey Jail, hope you're doing well. Morbanesh says, is it okay to desynthesize stuff like Scion Adventurer's Jacket, House Alton's Kite Shield, and other stuff you get from quests? I have no idea what to do with it otherwise. As Ajibasto says, you could just put it in your glamour chest. But another thing you can do is you can just buy it again. You can just buy it again. Most items that are awarded to you from a quest that you can't do again ever on a character will be on the Calamity Salvager, so you can pick it up again. Just in case. The only exceptions to this, I'm pretty sure, is the item, the like outfit piece that you get for your celebration ceremony after doing the 15 first levels of story will depend on where you start. And you don't get all of them. Like, for example, I have the dress shoes and the Lominson ring, I believe. I'm pretty sure if you started in Gridania or Ul'dah, you would have gotten, like, equivalent style items. But you can, like, if there's an item you're like, I don't think I'll be able to get this again, usually the Calamity Salvager has it. So I would recommend you check that one, Morbanesh, if you want to check in-game. Alternatively, Google it. Like, Google the item. See if it says you can pick it up from the Calamity Salvager or somewhere else. If it explicitly says that you can't pick it up anywhere else, then you might want to hold on to it. Or ask. And thank you so much, Pi. I really appreciate it. That I want to pop in and say that you guys are a huge help for someone trying to learn all the roles. I'm really glad to hear that. Gasol says, is there a good way to farm second chances? Any content that people generally don't queue for. That makes sense. Meaning, example 1, and this is actually not even, this is not even related to second chance farming. A friend of mine farmed Poetics to get like Ironworks gear. Don't think too much about it, don't worry about it, but he wanted full Ironworks Magitech gear on a job as he was going through the MSQ, but it was on an alt, so like he was acquainted with how the game works, right? And what he did was he queued for Shiva, just Shiva, repeatedly, and like just power grinded it. And he queued as a tank, I'm pretty sure. The reason being, like, I'm pretty sure it didn't have to be Shiva. He could have like queued for a bunch of different options, right? But the reason why it had to be, for example, Shiva, is because if you have a first timer in your group, then you, for Shiva, like if you have a first timer in your group for Shiva, you will get a second chance, and I believe it's 80 extra Poetics. So that means that if you do Shiva with a first timer, you get 95 Poetics for like 5 minutes of your time or less. Probably 2 minutes. Like, no time at all, basically, is what I'm getting at. So that's one way you could do it. But a key thing to remember here, and I do believe I actually bring this up in my Wondrous Tales video as well, is that queuing for something, expecting there to be first-timers, is a gamble, obviously. And you cannot guarantee that you land in a group with first-timers. You can't. Because, you know, we're talking people here. The best you can do is you can queue for things that people generally don't queue for. Because that increases the chance that the reason that your queue popped was because there were sprouts queuing. But there's also an equal chance that you just brought 3 other people queuing for roulettes into your random, I don't know, Ifrit normal. And you're just sitting there feeling a little bit stupid or something as a result. So you can't guarantee it, but you can affect your odds. Iterate suggests mentor roulette, and that is also a good idea. There's just one problem. Because you can land in a full mentor group, or a group with no sprouts, or an expert roulette. You can, like, remember, you can land in all of the following, all of that. All of those things are on the list, and it doesn't have to be a first-timer queuing for you ending up there. You just get this. Like, that's just what you're getting. Anything on this list. That's a bit to choose from, right? So you could easily get expert roulette, depending on when you queue. And was part of the reason why I also did my A Good Day in Mentor Roulette video some time ago, was to try and showcase the variety of things you can get. And if I remember correctly, I got like an Endwalker dungeon or something. I'm pretty sure I got Tower of Babel in that session. Of course, I'm pretty sure there was a first timer in it, but there didn't have to be. It could just be 3 people queuing leveling roulette, and then I was there. So, like, mentor roulette is a good choice, but it isn't guaranteed. It isn't guaranteed. Leveling roulette could also work. The general problem is that the fastest way to grind second chances isn't reliable. And even if, and I calculate this in the, you know what, how about I just leave a link to that? I've talked too much about that video to not even leave a link or anything. I calculate by saying, let's say you have basically the perfect luck and get exclusively second chances from every queue. Even if you do that, it from my estimates, it was still better to just farm Gil to buy the item you want. Wondrous Tales is not worth spamming for the rewards, but it is worth it if you are doing it anyway, or, more importantly, if you think it is fun. I know, playing Final Fantasy XIV for fun? Absurd. Rada says, what is your favorite mount you have unlocked? I really like my Rubelite Carbuncle. It's basically the only mount that I use. Basically all the time. And most of the mounts, I have them like on a list because like I have a hard time finding my mounts in this smorgasbord of mounts. But I also like the Missive. That's pretty funny. Have you seen this one? It's a Kai globe. Yes, that is a school outfit. Sip gifted it to me, so thank you to Sip. Fun, what's that? A raid? It could be. Wool says, it starts my day when I queue for leveling roulette daily and get a trial. Well, I mean, technically, are they defined as trials? I guess they are. It's really weird. Sounds like an ultimate. And also, hey Fila, hope you're doing well. So this one, for anyone curious, comes from the, I believe it's the Omicron tribe. And I did mention earlier that they added a finale to the tribes here. And the finale instead gives a dance. And if anyone's curious what the dance looks like, look like this. Hey Zuna, hope you're doing well. Yeah, in regards to the Wondrous Tales stuff, basically, the long and the short of it is if you have second chances anyway, then go for it. You can either choose to just throw all your second chances to like spam a duty you can like do unsynced in like 8 seconds. That's really fast. Like if ultimate weapon is on your list, you can just bob him on the snoot and he just dies of shame. And then you do that 9 times in a row, and then you can hand in your Wondrous Tales. But if you do that, there's a very good chance that you're not getting 2 lines. But then again, there's a 10% chance that you do. And that's, like, I mean, that's like 10 minutes or less to get potentially 500 causality tomestones. So that's something. Don't damage the snoot.
La prayer, what have you done? All that was required for my god to be reborn.
Boop. Snoot boops are counted as criticals.
My snoot! Unleash Boobimer!
The snoot just explodes instead. Ward and plot? I believe it's Ward 29? Ward 29, plot 36, for anyone who wants to visit at my house. Oh. The only LB5 in the game. Is the LB4 Ultima then? Who says, I want to get a house soon, but I've only got like 4 mil. Yeah. See, the thing is that even if you can buy a plot, you have to remember that you also have to pay for the house on the plot. Like, you buy the plot and they just go, okay, here's your empty field to put a house on. So if you see like a small plot for, I think they're like 3 mil, then you also have to pay a few 100,000 for a house after that. And then the house is empty and the yard is empty. So you just have like an empty building, which is, you know, better than nothing. Very realistic, just like in real life. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that there is like something that says that you have to build a house on the plot within a certain amount of time. I can't remember the details, but I'm pretty sure that if you don't put something on the plot and that something has to be a house, then you lose the plot again. I'm pretty sure. As a requirement to make sure that we don't have like empty plots all over the place. Wolf says your property tax is the monthly sub. Yeah, pretty much. I'll get to the clips very soon, Gazel, don't worry. Apparently Bob died. Oh. Of course, Yumi. I usually do that. That if you're not here, then I will typically just not do the clip, so that you have a chance to see it when it's yours. Hello, Eli Phillies. Hope you're doing well. Morbonesh, the trick that most people use is... So I check my Wondrous Tales. What I would do with... Oh, I actually have Ultimate Weapon. Is I would just... So I know you're still leveling, Morbonesh, but I would just set it to unrestricted party and like queue for Bowl of Embers. I can instantly kill Bowl of Embers. I just need to be lucky that I time it so that he doesn't leave with his nails and all that. But I can basically instantly kill him. I can instantly kill Ultimate Weapon. Things like these ones... These ones are a little scarier. But the older content is something that you can just speedrun unsynced most of the time. Right. So with that... Spoiler trial. I mean, we have a lot of spoiler trials. And VX says I combine my Wondrous tales with other things such as leveling up trust. And see, that is exactly what I meant by if it happens to be something you're doing anyway, then it is no longer a problem. Right? Like if you just can if you can just plan it so that you're doing content anyway, and it just happens to finish up your Wondrous tales, then that's way more effective than like spamming some content that you weren't going to do for any other reason. Zip says, can you please hire paranormal investigators who can get rid of this ghost in your mansion? Okay, I'm going to get in. I need to hear what ghost it is that Zip is talking about. Where is it, Zip? Where do you hear it? Are you hearing footsteps randomly right now? Invisible roommate. It's hearing footsteps right now. It's a sound in the song that sounds like a step. It's a sound in the song that sounds like a step. Have you tried changing the music? You have music off? Okay, then I don't know. My guess is that it's your own character adjusting their pose. You don't notice. Just put music on, then you can't hear the ghost. And I would ask, is that an in-game green screen? Yes. It works. Well, it might not work right now because it is adjusting some things, but it does work. I haven't used it in a while, so I don't know if I've set it up, but it does work. Wool says, my friend was hellbent on grinding poetics for his Heavensward relic rather than just farming them over time. Well, I mean... if he wants the Heavensward relic today, then he needs to farm it yesterday. So it kind of makes sense. Also, hey Iron Reaver, hope you're doing well. What do you have in your basement? We were in my basement. We have a room here. And then we go into the basement. The one below that. Oh. Interesting choice. Will says it's around 23,000. That sounds about right. In my Poetics video, I had a broad estimate that said over 20,000. But I do believe there are some of the things in the Heavensward Relic grind that you don't have to use Poetics to get. There are other ways to get them. That's what I do with my car. Turn up the music and bam, no mechanic noises anymore. It's just making noises like, you should check your oil. Do something about that and just go, turn it up louder! Yeah! One brings shadow, one brings the light! Woohoo! And then your car just explodes. That one isn't bringing any light anymore. My house is made out of books? Yes. Absolutely. At least if we know if we can hear someone else's music on the road, we're in danger. One brings shadow, one breaks my headlights. You reach it by getting bonked from that Fall Guys event thingy we just saw. That's how you reach the real basement. Ah, yes. Or maybe the reason why Sip is hearing ghosts is because he's been hanging out with that toy too much. I don't know. He said he wanted to change the layout of the basement, and he technically made the original layout of the basement, so who am I to say no? See, Iron Reaver says, I did 2 anima relics over holidays with the rank hunts and Eureka. You can get a fair amount of the items from scripts, Grand Company seals, and repeatable quests. And yeah, exactly. That is also something that can be really hard to keep an overview of before you start. Gleaming says, does anyone know where to find like cheap level 90 weapons for a while I work on finishing gearing? Your best option there is buy a crafted weapon, I think. Which isn't cheap, necessarily. What job are you looking for a weapon for, Gleaming? If you're in the middle of working on gearing, there's a reasonable chance that what you're doing is upgrading crafted gear or buying tombstone gear or something. So I'm very curious what you mean by finishing gearing as well, Gleaming. The problem with getting the first stage of the relic weapons as an option, everyone, is that right now, if you're currently gearing, then the best armor you can get quickly right at the start is augmented crafted armor and accessories. Like, that is something that can bring you up to 650 really fast, which means that your causality tombstones are kinda hung up on that, and you're choosing between getting a 615 weapon for 1,500 of those tombstones, or getting around over a third of the rain that you need to upgrade your armor and accessories combined. Like, that's what you're choosing between. And you can just buy a 640 weapon, and then you're actually already really far. Gleaming says, I want to check before I bought a crafter weapon. I'm trying to get into P12 on Scholar to get my last blade for the tome weapon. Are you aiming to get the tome weapon for the item level or for the glamour, Gleaming? Because it's kind of important. Is it for the glamour or is it for the item level? On Summoner, same question. Glamour or item level? And Fel, no, don't get the 630 tombstone gear. Don't do it. It's a mistake. Don't do that. And the comedy tome gear, the stuff you upgrade to 660, you need an item from P11 Savage to upgrade it to 660. So if you're not a Savage Raider, then you're not doing that. Specifically, the weapons can only be upgraded if you are a Savage Raider. All of the armor you can upgrade, and all of the accessories you can upgrade to 660 with items you can collect from doing the Alliance raids weekly, and from doing hunt trains. Gleaming, if you want more detail on all this, I have a guide on the entire subject that carries you from you just reached level 90 to you have full max item level. And it does include not Savage Raiders. But I can guarantee you that it starts with make money, get crafted gear. And it also starts with 630 gear is a trap, Phil. 630 gear is a mega trap. You can take those tombstones and buy something you could sell. I know they're not super valuable right now because people haven't needed to craft a lot of stuff recently, not a lot of demand, and so not that much need to for the supply price to rise and all that. But it still means that if you're choosing to buy like an item that is like 800 poetics because it's 630, you're like still paying an equivalent of like 80,000 gil. Oh wait, 100,000 gil. By choosing to not buy crafting materials and selling them instead. If only there was a YouTube video for that. Here's what I made earlier. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, generally, start with a crafted set. Then use your causality to buy rain. That way you can upgrade your crafted set. While you do that, buy comedy gear pieces, the credendum pieces for the job, preferably with the ones that have the better stats for your job. Like if you want crit, of course, grab the pieces with crit on it first. You don't have to go, oh, I should get the chest piece first because it's a bigger piece. Relative power gains wise, from 640 to 650, the tombstone price of all those pieces are actually almost exactly the same, like point for point, how much stronger you get from them. So there's no reason to worry about this. Just grab something. In fact, you might want to prioritize the items with the better stats on the crafted pieces that are more expensive and stuff like that if you want to really get smart on it. Once you have full 650 on your job, that's when you start just and you can skip upgrading your weapon. You can skip that part. That one can just stay 640, whatever, because you're going to replace it anyway. What you can do then is just invest the rest of your causality in relic weapons. The problem is you need 6,000 causality for the weapon to get this strong. And before you've invested all 6,000, the weapon is actually going to be worse than an augmented crafted weapon, which, by the way, costs 700 causality. Just 700. Which is why I say don't bother, because 640 is fine. And also, as Matthew says, you're buying a 630 item for a high markup, essentially, and it's worse than the crafted gear. And it doesn't upgrade into augmented gear either. I'm not saying that anyone's, like, bad or dumb for not realizing these things. There's a reason why I made a guide on it, is because it's not obvious, but it doesn't help if people are like, well, if you need a decent weapon, you could buy a 630 one. That's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. don't recommend the 630 gear. That's glamour gear. That's for glamour. If you want it because it looks nice, all the power to you. But it's not good. It's not the best choice. With that said, should we check some... Just use the 590 weapon. Let's check some clips. Ymir specifically said that they might not be able to be here for the entire stream, and they do have a clip they wanted us to see. Ymir, do you know any particular things that you'd like me to check? As usual? You said I felt like I didn't do enough in any of the fights. Well, we have gone through a Eurovision before. So we might be able to know what to look for. Especially we've gone through it with Gazel playing Scholar, so we might know what to look for. Is there no sound? I guess there's no sound. Fair enough. Right, so the question is, did Ymir do enough? An interesting observation here is that the co-healer is a white mage. This is old content. So it is a reasonable assumption that there might be a lot of people that know exactly what to do here and might be severely overgearing it, making it very trivial. So it's very likely that there isn't very much to do. So if there is not very much to do, the question is Ymir going to be spending their ether flow on energy drain? Gazel opens with no Adlocurium deployment tactics. That is, of course, something you could have done. We start with the raid wide, and you did put down Sacred Soil, so that's fine. Oh, wait, what? What happened to the tank? Where's your tank? Where are you? Where's the tank? Is the tank behind you? I mean, Gazel, you can do that, but you could also put down Sacred Soil anyway. So that one's difficult. You could do both, but you probably don't need both. So yeah, you could do that. What happened to the tank? Wait. Didn't you just res him? What's happening? I'm sorry that I'm suddenly so focused on that. What? Is he dead in the wall? Where is he? You couldn't cast Raise, so he is on the wrong side of the wall and he's dead. Teleported in just as the death wall came up, maybe? That could be. But I wonder. Oh, something's happening. Oh, he released. Or what? Nope. He is back. Weird? Very weird. Right, so let me just rewind, because there was a lot there that I completely missed looking at the tank. So it seems... So here's actually a really good example of why Ymir might feel like they didn't do very much. So we have... Boom, raid wide. What you can do in this moment is you could, like, you didn't use Recitation, so you could do Recitation Indomitability. You chose to use Whispering Dawn. That is also an option. That is also fine. You could also use Fey Blessing. Like, you could do all that. But then again, we also know that Nofike isn't doing very much for a while, as long as people don't get hit by this. Tank's dead again? Or was this before they got raised? Never mind, I'll just not focus on that. They just got raised. But yeah, see, that is like the thing. You could do that. But part of the reason why you might feel like you're not doing very much when you have a white mage is that the white mage has things they want to do anyway. So you might not need to heal that much. One thing that I can say right now is you should have used Lucid Dreaming 3000 MP ago. You need to use Lucid Dreaming. And see, here you can do Recitation in Indom again. You could also use Fey Blessing and Whispering Dawn. It does seem like the white mage didn't have anything because they were glaring for a little bit. Just checking something. Okay, I was checking, did you actually use your ether flow? I'll probably mainly be focusing on these, like, smaller, like, general things in the first fight. Who needs to Lucid Dreaming cast Broil for? Wait, where'd my MP go? Pretty much. Scholar needs to be extra aware of that, because Scholar has the worst MP management of all the healers, just for some reason. And Samurai dead. Uh-oh. Ooh, the unlucky X-Cog. That had to come out even faster to work. Because the white mage was ready with the Medica too. Oh, and the fight is done. That was really fast. And also that is a very good tip from Yasel, is that white mages use their spell healing normally in fights because they have their lilies. So you using Fey Illumination can help the white mage. Like if you're like, well, I don't have anything for this AoE, you could just do Fey Illumination and then help the white mage, who's probably going to use a Flatus Rapture anyway. So that's something you can do. This is also a really weird part because there's not that much happening. It's like, it has to be something super specific for things to go wrong. Such as a lot of AoEs that red mage is not doing too well. And it isn't uncommon to forget the lucid dreaming thing. That's also why, Emir, my recommendation for you is instead of going, I need to use lucid dreaming when I need MP, just go, well, I'm below X MP, so I should use it now. Like, below 7,000 is a good spot. And here you could use Adlocurium deployment tactics again. You can just use it on yourself if you don't think, like, if you think the tank is going to be far away. To be fair, in regards to that, normally you do the spread low on the tank. And for the Nofika fight, the tank was like over in Narnia, so it is understandable that that wouldn't have worked. Also, hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Gazel also suggests a good way to keep track of the lucid dreaming is to simply do it every second time you apply your dot, because you're going to be using ether flow on every second time, so just alternate between doing ether flow weave after biolysis and doing lucid dreaming weave after biolysis. You can do that. That would be a way to do it. See, the thing is, the main thing where I can give advice is when people actually get hurt, because the thing that you were concerned about is you felt you didn't do enough. Like, that's the main thing. So if no one's taking a lot of damage, then I can just be like, well, I mean, you didn't, like, no one died. That was a pretty good choice with executation. Also, what happened there? Was that latency? No, it was not latency, it was just that the Gunbreaker was like at 53% HP. I was like, what? Why didn't it pop? Here, you could use Fey Blessing. Like, this is like, it's not that much HP people are missing, but you could use Fey Blessing. Fey Blessing isn't the most insane cooldown, but it does help. It is enough that the White Mage would feel inclined to use something. You have something small. You should also use Ether Flow. You should use Ether Flow. Ether Flow. Oh no! Ether Flow! It was a Dreaming and Ether Flow. Here we go. You know, I think you could use both. What is Fey Blessing? It is this. It basically just makes it so that your pet just goes boom, AoE heal right now. And because of pet potencies, it's probably closer to like 260 or 250 potency when you really think about it. So it isn't enormous, but it's okay. Like it's pretty good. Ether Flow, who needs that? Cast more energy drain. Wait, where's my energy drain? Where do I get my... How do I get my energy drain resource back? What? He's already dead? What? I realize it's been a while since I've been in Eurovision, but this is insane. Like, those bosses are supposed to, like, even their HP so that they die close to each other. And here you actually killed Ulthik, so fast that Nemea had, like, 40% HP left. Using Ether Flow and Lucid Dreaming right after each other could really mess up your MP management if someone starts dying. That is true, and if you, more importantly, if you die yourself, then you don't have anything. So that can be problematic. But usually that shouldn't be something you have to worry about. And then again, if you're below, like, as I said, if you're below 7,000, you can use Lucid Dreaming and not lose any MP. If you're below 5,000, you obviously can also use Ether Flow and doesn't change anything. You can still use Lucid Dreaming because you're also below 7,000. It's just how Euphrosyne is now. Weird. I imagine that they're going to put like much more strict item level restrictions on it once Dawn Trail comes out, and then we're going to have similar experiences as to the near raids where people are like, oh, why is this so hard? It wasn't that hard back in Endwalker. Meh. I haven't been there in a while, and I actually need to go there. I need like 6 coins from Aglaya and 5 coins from Eurovision, so... This one is awkward, by the way. I know this is like a hyper nitpick, and that is of course, like, Ymir isn't the only person doing this. Normally, the rule is that A takes left, and C takes right, and B takes middle, right? You're A. But see, that's the thing, Ymir. You're not the only one who messed up. I just want to, like, highlight here for a second. Like, there's 7 people over there, and half of them is not your group. You're A. You're supposed to be over there. Meanwhile... Does it even matter? Not in this mechanic. Which is why it isn't a problem, Iterid. That's why it doesn't really matter. But sometimes it does. I have wiped on World of Darkness. Do you know how you wipe on World of Darkness? You know that mechanic where you're supposed to split up on the final boss in 3 groups? You wipe if there's like 1 person in one of the groups. That's when you wipe. So sometimes it matters. That's why people care about these, like, splittings, because sometimes it matters. And it would have mattered if no one went A, for example. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, people also kind of went wherever those kinds of mechanics when this was current. It only really was controlled when people put down markers, and that didn't always work. And see, I will say you did remember that you were A this time. Oh yeah, it's the best when people are greeting too hard on chains, and then you wipe. On Cerberus. That's always fun. You tried so hard and got... I just realized that you also had a first part to that comment, Caetsu. You tried so hard and got so far. It's pretty good. But yeah, both Cerberus and Cloud of Darkness in World of Darkness are the two fights where people die to something really dumb, like not respecting group splits. And also, what just gonna say on this, I don't know actually, Ymir, if there's a problem with what you're doing, because it feels like the bosses are really easy, doesn't it? Like, I don't think the problem is that you didn't do enough. I think the problem is that there isn't enough to do. So you're mostly fine. Like, for example, right now, you could use Indomitability, but honestly, it would be better to wait until your group isn't spread to the four winds. Like, you want to wait for that guy to come in close, you want to wait for them to come in close. So you have to get everyone back into the center, and then use Indomitability. But I have a pretty good feeling what's going to happen in just a moment. What do I see in my mind's eye? Does the White Mage use Afflatus Rapture? Yes, they did. So you didn't have to do anything. So basically, the best... Like, actually, one thing you could have done differently, Ymir, if you started to realize... I don't feel like I'm needed here. Like, the White Mage is just doing all of the work. What you could do differently is you could just go full damage mode. Like, you use Chain Stratagem in the opener, and then you just, energy drain, broil energy drain, broil energy drain, broil energy drain, ether flow, broil energy drains until that's over, and then you go dissipation, and then some more broil energy drains. Like, just spam all of it out there. So that you can, like, just pump damage, because clearly your healing doesn't matter. Like, you could do that. The problem is basically that because the group is severely overgearing the content, and the White Mage seems to be very prepared, you don't get that many options to do much, and whenever you do, you're sitting there like, should I do something, or does the White Mage have it? Like, for example, right here, bam! You could use Recitation Indomitability right now. You still can. Now the White Mage got a Lily, so now you don't have to anymore. Which means you didn't have to at all. There was no reason for you to act quickly, because the White Mage had it. Like, they had it covered. They didn't need your help. And then there's a Tank Buster. You already put up Executation. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, it didn't even do like 30% of the tank's HP, so I don't even know if it'll heal anything in retrospect. So I think that's actually the real problem. I do think it's very interesting to see how insane Euphrosyne is now, after it has been, not this easy, at least. Wool says, I wish the crit would share with deployment. It does. It's just that the catalyzed part doesn't share. I'm pretty sure that never shared. We can look that up after this. But the crit does share, because you have to remember that when you crit heal at Loquium, then the shield is also appropriately just as much larger. It's just that your target gets 2 of them. Yeah, that's also true, Buster. I have actually seen that. I've even had groups where it felt like, this is going kind of slow for Aglaya, that still skipped scales on Aglaya. It's really, it's kind of a shame. It doesn't feel as awesome when it is like that. I could imagine that when they release Dawn Trail, they might make the item level restriction tight enough that you can't skip it. It would surprise me if they didn't, at least. Are we skipping this? Wow. Alright. Anyway, so in conclusion, I think the best thing you could have done, Emir, the things that I noticed in particular was there were things you could do, which I commented on, like, oh, you could use Indom here, you could use Whispering Dawn here. But as we saw, as you progressed through the raid, it seems like the White Mage had it all under control, so they didn't actually need your help at all. So the best thing you could have done in retrospect was basically just go full damage mode. Just Ether Flow on cooldown, energy drains out in Chain Stratagem, Dissipation, more energy drains, just full damage, because you don't need all of that. The White Mage probably has it all covered. And then you can just help with a raise if that's needed every so often. Like, that's what you could do. Another thing you could work on is more lucid dreaming. More lucid dreaming. If you felt like a bad co-healer, at some points, as I said, there were points where you could do something, but after a few seconds, the White Mage dealt with it anyway. You have to remember, as long as the White Mage isn't dealing with it by casting Medica 2, they're probably dealing with it with a spell they wanted to cast anyway. Like, they're like, well, I have a Lily, and I have to spend it. Bloop. And you're sitting there choosing between healing and using energy drain. They're sitting there between choosing to waste a Lily or spend a Lily. Like, they're going to use Aflato's Rapture anyway, so it's better that they use it on something that actually helps. Right. Let's see. Right. You're right, Gassel. The tooltip for Adloquium used to be different. Let's see here. 2.0 added to the game. 4.0 MP cost has been increased. 4.1 MP cost has been reduced again. Apparently it was too expensive. And then in 5.0 they set the MP cost to 1000 when they normalized everyone to have 10k MP. Then they changed it so that the barrier was 125% instead of 100%. And then they changed the effect from when critical HP is restored, damage nullification is doubled, to when critical HP is restored also grants Catalyze, nullifying damage equaling 125% of the amount of HP restored. So basically, you're right, Gassel. They split it up in two, but then again, they increased the barrier amount, and live it's 180%. So you're losing like 10% of the power. Because when you crit, the old version from Stormblood would have been 200%. Now it's just 180%, and then the tank gets an extra 180%, so you're probably not losing out on that much. But you're probably right that the reason why they changed this was because it was a little insane, I guess. Which of course also comes with the implication that never mind. As it says, it was because of introducing recitation into the toolkit. That sounds right. That does sound right, because could you imagine how insane that would be? It's already great. Like, it is already amazingly good to do the spread low. Now they guarantee that you could get a crit spread low. They nerfed it a bit. VX says, one time I did some content as White Mage with a shield healer. I had nothing to do. Whenever there was a mechanic, there was a shield that made my healing irrelevant, more or less. I mean, that sounds like an overly defensive healer. I've talked about this before. Maybe not so much on stream, but basically some barrier healers and some pure healers believe that the thing that their spells do are something they're supposed to maintain, as opposed to something they're supposed to use when it is needed. If that makes sense. What I mean by that is that, have you ever done a dungeon where your Scholar or Sage healer, if you're the tank, even if you're the DPS, you might notice that every time your shield drops, they just go wham, new shield. Oh, shield drops, no problem, wham, new shield. And the shield drops again, and wham, there's a new shield. They're just spamming their MP bar down with shields because for some reason they think they're supposed to maintain that. Similarly, there are some white mages and astrologians that every time they see that you don't have regen up, bam, regen on you. That needs to be up 100% of the time, according to them. The extra hyper defensive ones will also do Medica 2 every time it isn't up, which means, obviously, that they're going to be spending very little time actually attacking because they keep reapplying their heal over time effects. The reason why this is a problem is because the heal over time effects themselves don't do anything if you're at full HP. Which means that you should be using your heals, including your healing over time effects, if the healing they provide is actually needed or actually helps, which Gazel just suggested a very good example of that. That is to say, if a Sage uses Eucrasian Prognosis, blam, to block an attack, my first question is, was that needed? Or could you have dealt with it with an OGCD? Like, did you have to use a GCD? Like, I know it sounds weird, especially if you're a healer main that is very focused on, you know, healing. I know, insane, but using a spell to heal as a healer in Final Fantasy XIV, specifically Final Fantasy XIV, because this doesn't apply in other MMOs necessarily, using a spell to heal is a value proposition. You are basically using negative 330 potency if you're using your Eucrasian Prognosis for no reason. Because you lost a doses. You could also argue, if you're saying that not using doses is a negative 330 potency, does that mean that doses is just nothing? Well, it's the default thing you're expected to cast, so maybe? I don't know. The point is that using a spell to prevent damage or to heal when you could have used an ability to heal means that you lost out on damage rather than you saved a cooldown. You may have seen me do tricks like my Pepsis trick, where I do, like, if everyone needs healing, I do this. Like, if we're in very dire straits, I might do that. The trick there is that the raid is taking so much damage that I am actually looking ahead and going, I'm going to need the rest of my cooldowns. Or worse, I already spent them all. But it is absolutely a given that it's a DPS loss. Because I'm assuming I will need those cooldowns. I'm actually saving the cooldowns for a rainy day by spending 2 doses casts on defense, right? You don't want to do that. That's like a last resort, as Yukadid says. A very good example of when spamming shields can be beneficial is if you're using it for a gimmick, for example. An example of that is Ifrit Hard. Whoops. Ifrit Hard, and Ifrit Normal for that matter, does on a regular basis does this AoE burst of fire that pushes everyone away. It doesn't do that much damage though. It's just really annoying. If a sage or a scholar make sure everyone has galvanize, or what's it called? Oh, it's just straight up your creation prognosis. How creative. Then no one will be knocked back. And you might say, but that's a lot of GCD spent. Yes, but every time everyone gets shoved back, it can cost a GCD for one of the melee players. Or a caster if they happen to be too close. And you're offering one to potentially save 3 or 4 GCDs elsewhere. You might have to do that multiple times throughout the fight, but every time you're offering 1 GCD for multiple people to gain a GCD, or rather not lose one. So it is worth the investment. So like, that's an example of how it can be good. Which is why nothing is completely black and white. There are exceptions, and sometimes you have to use spells to heal, right? And hey, Greensville, hope you're doing well, and thank you for celebrating 8 months as a cultist, Jimmy. Thank you so much. And also, hey, Sonakana, hope you're doing well. I'm also looking forward to Dawn Trail. I do, however, think it's going to be... I'm almost hoping... I'm almost hoping that they give Scholar another, like, weird thing at level 100, where people are like, ugh, this sucks. Everyone else gets something cool and Scholar gets this, only for it to be so insanely good and overpowered that it is the only max level healer action that actually got nerfed in Endwalker. Expedient, everyone. And exactly, Gazel. Basically, you might be able to save a GCD from a caster every time you use your creation prognosis on Bowl of Ember's Hard. And also, just for anyone wondering, why only hard? Why not normal? On normal, scholars don't have shields, and sages don't have shields. The only jobs that have shields in Bowl of Ember's normal is ninja and summoner, I'm pretty sure. Because they have Shade Shift and Radiant Aegis, which is hilarious in its own right. Scholar gets another 10% mitigation. Reaper as well? At level 22? Pretty sure they don't at level 22, Kylan. Level 40. Samurai does not get any shields. Just reduces damage. It has to be barrier. Matthew, are you trying to make Scholar more like Sage? I feel like that's a bad idea. Why would you put why would you put a 10% damage reduction on Fey Blessing? Next you'll tell me that it should also have like apply barrier on top. I can't possibly imagine why you would think that as an action learned at level 76, incidentally the exact same level that Holos is unlocked, which heals, applies a barrier, and reduces damage taken. Why should Fey Blessing heal, apply a barrier, and reduce damage taken? I can't possibly come up with why it should do that. Next you'll say that it also gets nerfed to have a 2-minute cooldown. Summoner has a shield at like 6? Exactly. That's exactly why. They get it at level 2. And Ninja also gets it at level 2. But those are the only ones. It's really weird. It is funny. Could you imagine if Dawn Trail comes out and they make Sacred Soil like just like an effect that just bursts out from you, and everyone's like, "Hey, wait a minute." Like they just basically like make frog leaps of going, okay, so here's Scholar, right? So here's Sage, which has basically the same toolkit, except some things are a little bit more convenient to use. Alright, so what if we made Scholar more like Sage? And then next expansion they go, how about if we made Sage more like Scholar? And eventually, like in patch 11.0 or something, they're like, you know, Scholar and Sage are basically the same, so how about we just merge them into one job and say you can use the Sage or Scholar weapons as you please. They're basically the same. Sage gets a place dome. It is a preference thing. What I meant by Sage being quote-unquote better is more so that it is the things they have in common. Sage has like the easier to use version. Like Scholar has to put down Sacred Soil at the right spot. Sage just goes and then everyone just has it. It just slap the ground and then everyone has Karakoli, right? It's quite convenient. But they're better in each their own ways, and it depends on the situation. And they are different enough because Sage is actually a selfish job because it doesn't have any raid buffs, and Scholar is a raid buff job. So they're different, they're not the same. That also means Scholar is better in a static, and Sage might be better in Party Finder. Because you can't rely on your team knowing what they're doing in Party Finder, or at least that they're coordinating. Let's see, JL says Sage feels like it gets more out of its ease of use than Scholar gets more out of niche use and static environments. I don't know. If you consider Scholar worse Sage, you know, you can just go play your Sage and be happy about it. It is complicated, and that's also why I play both. Matthew says Hollow's barrier came from above. That is true. I'm guessing that part of the reason why Hollow's got its barrier is because Sage is kind of missing a little bit of the raw barrier power that deployment tactics offers. So Sage needs more like smaller shields they can like Lego piece together to make a similar effect. Hey Bimo, hope you're doing well. The wise man job. But yeah, it's actually really weird because Sage is also considered brutally difficult to start on, according to a lot of players. Recently, when I made my video about hardest, like I have 2 videos on the subject of the hardest duties in the MSQ. Sage's starter quest, the level 71, where that's supposed to be a tutorial, is considered to be brutally difficult by a lot of first-timers. Because it feels like they just give you all this and go figure it out. Like, I'm pretty sure that what they tell you is, this is how you use Cardia, this is how you use your creation diagnosis, Dosis is your attack spell, figure it out. And the thing is, you're supposed to read your spells anyway, so I don't know why they had to do that tutorial. But with that said, I actually went back, so of course I got synced down, as opposed to, you know, synced fighting undergeared. But I beat it using like Indomitability once, and the rest of the fight I was only using doses, not your creation doses, just doses, and your creation diagnosis. And diagnosis even. Like, I was using the absolute basics of the toolkit, and I don't even think I needed to use, well, it's not Indomitability, it's Ixoholy, sorry. So if you're actually planning and thinking about it, you might you might not find it so hard. But if you've never played a healer before, you don't have these like basic skills developed yet. Also, thank you Samantha for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So just wanted to say thanks, Kai, for all your videos, especially the beginner ones. They helped me tons with the anxiety playing with strangers. Cheers. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear that they help. But yeah, exactly as Gazel says, a big reason why some people find Sage extremely hard to pick up is because, well, Sage is literally just, it's Scholar. It's basically Scholar. Like, the whole reason why I mix up things by accidentally calling it Indomitability is because this is literally Indomitability. Like, look, it's Ixoholy. It's the same. So, blah, right? Like, this is Ryoholy. Look, it's Keroholy over here as well. This is actually not Tarholy, but it's close, right? It's just they are so similar that it's almost like they designed it from the ground up to be like, well, if you've played Scholar, this should be pretty easy. Like, if you've played Scholar, you're basically down the list going Physic, Broil, Pet, I guess, Soccer, Whispering Dawn, I don't know what that is. Lustrate, Art of War, Sacred Soil, Indomitability, I don't know what that is, but I guess it's Recitation, Emergency Tactics, Upgrade to Whispering Dawn, Excogitation, Ruin 2, Unique, Upgrade, also Recitation, Fey Blessing, Unique, Upgrade, Protraction, Unique. Like, there's like less than a dozen, like half a dozen of your actions that are actually things you'd have to go, okay, I don't know what this is, let me just read this. But most of it is just, well, I already know what this is because I played Scholar. But if you didn't play Scholar, then this is hard. Like, this can be hard because you have to read all of this. Like, compare that to Reaper, where like they have a lot less actions, and most of them are like, they like link into each other. The weirdest part is like things like Gibbet and Gallows are kind of weird. Things like the not really well explained Unveiled Gibbet and Gallows, but it's it's really straightforward, and it doesn't have that many buttons compared to Sage, but the reason why Sage can have all this is because it's literally Scholar. Like, it's just Scholar again. Gansel says you could kind of somewhat say Panheim is like Seraph. Yeah, that's also true. Also, hey Blitz, hope you're doing well. And it has been a while. But yeah, exactly. This is also the reason why whenever people are like, is Sage a good starter healer? I usually say just a flat no. But I have started changing that flat no a little bit. Nowadays, I tend to say it's not a good starter healer. However, if that is the healer you want to play, like if the reason you want to heal is because, oh man, Sage is so cool, do it. But unlock Sage, read all of your spells and roll actions and traits, there aren't many, up to level 18. And then do Sastasha as Sage. Do it. And then when you've done that, you fill out up to like level, oh, I don't know, like 34. And you do Bravelock's Longstop. And then you fill up to maybe like level 50, and then you do like a random level 50 dungeon. And then you might jump to level 60, and then level 70. The thing you should not do, what you shouldn't do, is pick up Sage, level up to 71 with like your quests and a Wondrous Tales or whatever, and then jump into Hallminster Switch. That is exactly what you shouldn't do, because you're going to hate it. You're going to hate that there. So that's what I'm saying is, you can pick up a job that starts at a really high level, but like, learn the toolkit. Learn the toolkit. And then go and do the content. Like, you have a huge amount of catching up if you start at level 70. So it's just better to get acquainted with like some of the basics and then going in. The thing is, doing Sastasha as Sage is going to be immensely easy because Sage is incredibly overpowered at that level range, just like Scholar is. Scholar is actually better in Sastasha. What if I can't read? How did you install the game? How did you reach level 70? What job? Wait, oh right, you were playing Summoner, of course. But in that case, you could just have tried Scholar for a little bit. How did you buy the game? You could also do it with Sage alongside a co-healer, but it depends on what you like. The key thing is I don't recommend that you unlock a job at high level and just immediately jump into high level content if you don't understand how your toolkit works. Like, that's the thing, is that if you read your tooltips and go, oh, I know how to do this, then you can do Hallminster Switch. But if you had problems in the level 70 tutorial for Sage, then you should do Sastasha and Bravelock's Longstop and a level 50 dungeon, a level 60 dungeon, and then a level 70 dungeon before you go into Hallminster Switch. That's my recommendation. And that's not meant to be like a punishment of saying, lol, you're bad or something. It's actually just to say, I think you're having a harder time with picking up the job. So the best way to compensate for that is practical tutorials by actually trying parts of the toolkit in a real fight and seeing how that works and seeing how the next thing works. It face rolled the computer blindly until it worked. Are you saying, Argibuster, are you suggesting that if we just put enough monkeys in front of computers, we would eventually have one of them just randomly make an account on Final Fantasy XIV, complete the entirety of the MSQ, or at least level up to 70, somehow manage to buy Endwalker so that they can become Sage, switch to Sage, and then go, wait a minute, I can't read. Strange.
which is strange, is it not?
Of course I know that monkey, he's me. Gazel says, back then, some people leveled up Sage with Wondrous Tales and such to 71 and went into Bosher to be faced with a straight-up level 80 toolkit. That's true. Personally, my experience of Sage was... apparently Bob died again. My experience of Sage back when Endwalker came out was the first thing I did, for anyone curious, when Endwalker came out. When I logged in a few hours after it came out, I went, unlocked Sage, didn't do the quest, went and unlocked Reaper, didn't do the quest, ran back to my house, which, by the way, was a small house back then, and recorded my video on Keybinds. Because I think an excellent way to actually demonstrate how a player that has experience with MMOs like this does Keybinds is to show how do you actually, like, what's the thought process behind your Keybinds initially? How do you get the thought process of placing your Keybinds initially? Well, you need to record the first time you do it. So I basically had both Summoner, Reaper, and Sage ready to fill in because Summoner was reworked, and I planned to play the MSQ as Summoner, so I couldn't do the MSQ before I had recorded this, right? So I went, recorded that, me filling in the hotbars, and then I think I actually went and did daily roulettes as Sage or something like that because of the daily reset. And only after I had done that, I actually went and did the new MSQ stuff. Just think about that for a moment. I'm sure some of you would have done the same of just doing dailies because, like, for some of us, patch day, sure, there's new content, but I also need this other stuff, you know? I'm leveling jobs. But then, that's how I did it. Which means that I actually sat down and read every tooltip and went, genuinely, things like, oh, well, that's just lustrate. I'll put it the same place that lustrate is. Oh, but that's just indomitability. I'll just put it the same place that indomitability is. That's basically kind of like recitation. It's used in the same places as recitation, at least sometimes. So I'll put it the same place. Just down the list, there are a few of them where there's an outlier. Like, for example, I didn't put Tavrocoli at the same place as Excitation. On the other hand, there is no Adlocurium Physic combo, so that was a button saved there. But, like, that was like the thought process of, oh, this matches that matches this, and just filling in. And the interesting thing with the difference between Astrologian and White Mage is that it does feel a lot different to me compared to Scholar and Sage. I'll say, hey Michael, hope you're doing well. The odds of that scenario are greater than the odds of the Big Bang Theory happening. Indeed, but it's non-zero with the monkey thing. My house was just a magazine back then. Now it is a whole stack of books. But yeah. And that was actually the process for me. It was actually pretty funny because I actually expected to level Reaper first. Like, I was like, oh, Reaper's really cool. I mean, Sage is basically Scholar, and I mean, I like Scholar, but I already have Scholar, so what's special about that? And I mean, my second max level job was Sage, after, of course, Arcanist. So technically third job was Sage. So I went DPS and 2 healers, then I leveled Reaper, and then I think I leveled Warrior? Something like that. Oh yeah, of course, JL. Things that you always put in a specific spot. Like sprint and teleport and mounts for me. I'm a lot less attached to exactly where Surecast has to be, as you can see. See, Alt 0, Alt 9, Alt 0, Shift 8. It's pretty funny because what happens is that I go, oh, I need to block need to block a knockback soon, and then I start like going on a little treasure hunt if it's a job I haven't played in a while, and go, where is it I put Surecast on this job? And part of the reason that I do this is because, and also, hey Sean, and also Sunthrone, I don't think I said hi to you earlier, but hey, hope you're doing well. And also Kylan. The reason why this happens is because you need to brace for Surecast. I need to Surecast my Surecast, indeed. The reason why this happens is because, as you also acknowledged, we have certain buttons that we always have a specific kind of action on. And I have that for a lot of things. So sometimes these bash into each other in some way, so I end up doing something else. So there's not that much consistency in it. It's like how things just happen to develop. Yukainen says, how do you press Alt 8 or Alt 0? This is 8. This is 7, and this is 9. This is 0, dash, and plus. I do actually press 6 with my keyboard, though. I also actually go over this in that video I mentioned about keybinds. I actually have like a picture of exactly what my keybinds are and how I press them on the screen for the entire video. Because if people followed my keybinds without my tools, then it wouldn't work. But it says long arm. I now desperately want just wants to see someone use arm's length and their arm just goes. I'm just two-handing the keyboard. Nope, I don't do that. Guy plays with his hands and feet. That's how he does it. You know, you could actually do that if you find it difficult with key modifiers, like, you know, Shift, Alt, and Control, and you don't want to do it with your mouse. You could have like foot pedals that like activate those things. You could do that, and that could actually help. I just think that is very overkill. Personally, I can do it. Like, I can do it. Agibuster says Kai's cheating with that mouse. I actually, a long time ago, like when I started doing the dailies Hangout streams, I did actually consider if I should do like a stream where I played one-handed, for example. Because I could do that. It would be harder, of course, but I could have, like, I could play pretty efficiently at certain jobs with just the mouse. And I could play pretty well on a tank or a DPS with just the keyboard. And one hand, notably. And I should also say, when I thought about that, I was also like, well, I should probably not use the thumb grid on my mouse. I should probably clicker it up. That would be the only fair way to do it. Otherwise, I could just put all of my keybinds on the mouse. Looking forward to the one-handed astrologian stream. Probably not going to do the card burst then. Are you going, Ymir? In that case, thank you for tuning in. Hope you have a good evening. Imagine doing a little 90 rotation on astrologian with one hand. I think that's going to be too hard. I have to say that's going to be too hard. Like if I said I could, I'll say I can probably play Sage with just the mouse. I can probably play like Warrior with just the keyboard. In fact, in my recent video about UI settings and that, where I discussed things like legacy controls versus standard controls and clicking versus keybinds, there is footage there of me playing with only the mouse and footage of me playing with only the keyboard. And when I played with only the keyboard, the only thing I used my right hand for was to press onslaught, which was on 0. Everything else was just the left hand. Just didn't need anything else. It was just 0 was too far away. So just like, well, I'm not using this, so... So, like, I know I can do it. It, of course, becomes more complicated when you're not just bashing away at a striking dummy and you have to, like, move around as well. But, that's why I say I think I can do it. I haven't done it. It would also be easier now, because back when I actually had the idea for this kind of stream was back when I actually needed to bring, like, a lot of randoms into the daily roulettes. Like, often it was me and maybe one other person in the expert roulette. So I was thinking, well, on the one hand, it would be pretty funny. On the other hand, I don't want to meme it up when there's 2 randoms that didn't sign up for this. But if we have like a pre-made, then everyone who joined the group kinda signed up to play with the guy who's playing Sage with one hand. Play with voice commands. Just consider a burst phase. You're just sitting there like... Storm's Eye, Upheaval, Inner Release, Fill Cleave. That should have been Inner Chaos. I wonder if that would bug out. Inner Chaos, Infuriate, Onslaught, Inner Chaos, Primal Rend, Onslaught, Fell Cleave, Onslaught, Fell Cleave, Onslaught, Heavy Swing, Maim, Storm's Path, Fell Cleave, Infuriate, Inner Chaos, Heavy Swing, Maim. Double weave with voice commands. Yeah, exactly. That's Storm's Eye Upheaval, Inner Release. I meant saying the number like a chess match. Shift free. Rook to Alt 5. Dart says just have the tank be a warrior, it's fine. Yes. True. So I guess we'll have to do a level 50 dungeon or something. Or like a low level dungeon where they don't have raw intuition then, Darth. Sanity to Alt F4. Don't do that, wait! Yeah, you can, if you're having trouble with modifiers like Shift, Control, Alt, like if you're having trouble pressing those, most mice nowadays come with like 1 or 2 buttons on it, like extra ones, in addition to left, right, and middle click and the mouse wheel. So you can use those and hold those. I actually also have those on the top. I just don't need them. And you also can like if you're not using an MMO mouse, like if I wasn't using an MMO mouse, I would probably have changed my there would be a much higher probability that I would be playing on legacy controls, because then it would be easier for me to just play with only WASD, and then I could keybind Q and E and R and F I already have 4 buttons down this way. And then we have Z and C. And then I can reach 6, so that's fine. Although putting 6 on X also would mean that I have like a pretty nice grid that makes sort of sense. But I don't need it because I have an MMO mouse. So it can be done. There's just the thing that there are some keybinds that you might want to have. That's also the reason why I'm like, when I say that, say a keybind for something, like if you're saying, how do I do this? And I know, well, there's a keybind for that. I usually say the default keybind is blah. And I'm more likely to say that if it's a keybind that I know it happens to be very commonly changed to use for your hotbars. For example, X allows you to press through players, which is very helpful if you need to target the boss or an NPC for a quest or something. Very handy. But if you keep on something else on that slot, then it doesn't help. And that unsheaths your weapon. I don't know what you would need that for, but some people would like to have that on a keybind. And C opens this, of course. And if you're on standard controls, you might be interested to know that you can do this. With V. It just flips your camera. Which also means that because it's in reverse, you can run forward without your camera snapping back to behind you as it would on standard. Pretty neat, huh? I don't know what you would need that for. One thing you could use it for is like if you're a Dragoon and you want to do elusive jump into battle, you can see what you're doing while running forward or whatever. I guess. You could also just, hold left click and adjust your camera, right? So, there's a lot of ways to do it. JL says I use the Razer Basilisk, so I have Control, Alt, and Shift on my mouse thumb buttons. It's great, but now I have to stick to this exact brand of mouse. Yeah, I see what you mean. My first MMO mouse was a Razer Naga. Element says I took elusive jump off my hotbars. It always launched me the opposite of where I wanted. Oh, you just have to be smart about it. Like one way you could do it, if you're playing on legacy controls, if you want to jump forward, well, you have to actually manage to turn. I can see how this would be a problem. Because you need to wait until your character has actually turned. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's why part of the reason why I like standard is because I know exactly where I'm facing because I have to turn my camera. If I wanted to jump backwards into something, it's usually not perfect because I have to do it very quickly, but it can be done. Like, if I want to get over there as quickly as possible, something that I could do is like this. Pretty accurate, right? And the reason why I jump while doing it is so that I don't change my trajectory. I'm still moving forward while I'm adjusting my camera. There's a lot of things you can do with camera work. You didn't like all those buttons. Fair enough. I think it's nice. Nate, I hope you're doing well. I also love this game. But yeah, you can click through things. I can't remember where it is. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it's here. Might be under system. Target filters. So when you hold X, it filters through people. An alternative way you can do it, if it's specifically about talking with an NPC, for example, is by default num 0 over on your right. If you have a numpad, is actually the accept button. On PC, or, you know, on mouse and keyboard, you might never have needed this because you just right-click things that you need. But on a controller, I'm sure most people are well acquainted with the accept button. Thank you for coming, Rust. Hope you have a good evening. Yeah, those are like the common ones, is either num0 or hold X and click the thing. I mostly use X if I need to target like enemies through players. The accept keybind is great for beating people to the thing when you aren't great at precision mouse stuff instead of moving over to yes. That's true. That is true. Then you can just like just press num4 to push left over to yes and then num0. That's very true. Right. I will be right back, and then I think we will do some more clips. Because I do know that we have quite a lot. In the meantime, vanity restored. Hail the vanity, indeed. Alright, I'm back. Your comment says, do you happen to review people running savages? Generally, I can review footage of a savage fight. But because my advice is a lot more like general stuff, it might be difficult for me to tell you something that something like Civ analysis didn't already tell you if like you had a log. But sometimes I watch something someone did, like if someone has been doing savage stuff, they might, you know, want to share it. It isn't entirely like, some of the clips that people send aren't meant for teaching, it's just, I did this thing, would you like to see it? And usually the answer is yes. But it is like a mix. I can sometimes give some advice, and like, if it is a savage thing, and you focus it, like, because that's the thing that usually is important. Like, as you might have seen with when I was reviewing Emia's footage earlier, if you send me like a 20-minute clip and go, can you explain what I did wrong in all of that? Then I will look at it and go, I'll have to like try my best. Matthew says there's a Twitch clip I posted that I think you missed last time. Is the Twitch clip by you? Or do you have express permission to share the clip? Because I think I actually remember that. It's someone from your static. Fair enough. Let's see. The BLM things one? This one. Right. Just immediately it looks like it appears that this is top. I mean, Yukarin, that is actually a really good example because, as I said, the problem that could be for me is like if it's like more casual content, like for example Euphrosyne, then I can, for example, like go over it in general and go, well, you could have used this here, you could have done this differently here, like general rotation advice or tips to deal with things in general. But if it's like the more complex it is and the more like perfect the advice has to be, the more I would need to like focus on that. Like if you sent me, for example, the Harrowing Hell thing, or if you sent me an entire pool of P10S and then go, can I have tips for all of it? Then I will try my best to give suggestions for all of it. Which means if the footage is like 6 minutes, then I might spend, 30 seconds on Harrowing Hell. And go, well, you could maybe do this, or maybe I even miss it. Unlikely, but it could happen. So if you're like, well, the thing that I actually want advice on is this specific thing, so I'm just going to give you a clip of that and say, what do you think I could do? Like, is there something I'm doing wrong? Could I do this differently? Should I use a different cooldown or something? And then we can actually all review together. The Council of the Pink can review it and see if any one of us can come up with a better idea. So that's why I do recommend when you post clips to clip review that you specify what it is we're looking for, because then I can focus more of my time on the part that you wanted me to see instead of just speeding through it and going, well, you could do this differently here. And that doesn't mean that you cannot post a clip that is really long, that isn't focused. It just means that you probably get a little bit less value out of a longer clip if you actually needed advice for something super specific. And that is actually a very interesting observation. That is true, as JL says. LB2 lasts longer than LB3. Pretty funny that it is like that. Right. Regarding clips then. Let me find my list. Many names. As far as I can see, Jet is not here. Sergeant Blaine is not here. Murfolk Adult is not here. Yisu is not here. I haven't seen them in the chat. So if you are here and you hear your name, make yourself heard. Garzel is sitting right there, so it's probably here. BSR's here. Viek is here. I don't know if Cole is here. Yeah, Kai's roll calling. In regards to the LB timings on tank LBs, level 1 is 20% damage reduction for 10 seconds. Level 2 is 40% for 15 seconds. And 3 is 80% damage reduction for 8 seconds. Interestingly, LB1 has half the animation lock compared to the other two. Isn't that something? I would say throwing Macrocosmos earlier might be a good idea, since the big benefit of Macrocosmos is that you can click it again to heal more, right? Or to heal once damage has been taken, I should say. Right. And then, of course, Matthew is also here with the clip that they just mentioned. Let's start with that, since I did miss it. But yeah, the reason for me missing it was specifically that my thought process, Matthew, if you're curious, is that I saw that you posted it, and I didn't see you say, Sheen on Shield is one of my friends, or is in my static, or something. So it didn't even occur to me to look like, are you in the raid? But I can see that you are. So like that would already, that should have been a sign for me in retrospect. But that was the reason. Neutral sect and pray. Bob says, you and Gazel are sitting underneath the benches and through the ground on my screen. I guess it's because you didn't see us sit down. It's bugging out. Like on the Hildebrand stream the other day, where I picked up a relic weapon, came out of the cutscene, and saw that Gazel had their weapon out, and Audel didn't have their weapon out because they didn't see the unsheath animation or something. Right, so there's more Black Mage things here. I feel like I've seen something similar before. Is that the Black Mage? Which one's the Black Mage? There he is. That is risky. So teleport now? You know, I'm actually surprised that it didn't hit. Because I'm pretty sure the Black Mage is standing right there. The telegraph is disappearing now, which means that the attack resolved. So the snapshot just happened to be like a frame later. And then just like, I don't think I can go a single frame forward. I could do that on YouTube. I know how to do that on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know on Twitch. Like one frame later, they're just over there. I wouldn't do that, but if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. That is pretty wild. See, Guardian says, I don't notice if there's reprisal or feint on Harrowing Hell. I'm just more focused on keeping everyone alive. You know, Yukarin, it might be beneficial for you to like record an attempt, like record a run, and then see like when you get an attempt where you're like, that was a good one, then, you know, cut that bit out, maybe even like specify where in the pool the harrowing hell is happening. And then if you post that to clips review, then, well, we can all sit down and check it, if you like. And then we can see if there's anything we could do better, or that you could do better or different. Matthew says this was our first time seeing this mechanic, so it's not planned. That's even crazier. Just think about it. This black mage just going, I've never seen this mechanic before. I'm pretty sure I can manip through it. I'm sure it'll be fine. And just does it, and then does not get punished. That is pretty crazy. But yeah, I would recommend trying that, Yukanin. Of course, you can always also just like grab the clip and post it in the classroom if you'd like. Some people just give you some advice over text, but if you would specifically like me to like review it like this, then clip reviews. And the more specific you can be, like if you give the clip of a specific attempt and then say harrowing hell is here, then we can always go, like if someone goes, oh, you should have kept this cooldown for this, and it's on cooldown in that moment, we can then rewind and go, what did it get spent on? And things like that. Like retroactively figuring out what happened if something is completely wrong. But it would help a lot if you like, as I've said, and this isn't just to Yukanin, it's just in general, if you're posting a clip for clip review and you would like advice on something, the more specific you can be about what you would like advice on, the better I can spend the time giving advice specifically on that. And that also means other people that might be in the chat have a better chance of like, you know, catching it and going, oh, I think you should do this different. Like, for example, with Gazel, who is actually pretty good at Scholar, who could give suggestions and advice, just general tips to Ymir while we were watching Ymir's clip. And that can help. Right then. Let's see, that's Yesu, that's Cole. And there's Viek, BSR, Gazel, and these ones are not here. I know that Gazel's clip is a carryover from the last one, so let's do that one next. Did I write any notes? Gazel says, sometimes I wasn't sure which action I should use, as most of my tools, as a white mage, just do big heals. Any tiny advice would be greatly appreciated, and yes, I think that is actually hilarious, because I've specifically described White Mage's healing toolkit as a lot of ways to heal a lot. So yes, correct, that's what it does. That's what you have. A lot of ways to heal a lot. So that is not surprising. However, this is a 40-minute or 39-minute Tower Paradigm's Breach. And I see Yumi is here, and Sib is your co-healer, and Siren is here on Black Mage. Right? You ended up casting another Medica too. That is actually not unusual. In, I think, my most recent Tower Paradigm's Breach, I think I used Pepsis at least half a dozen times as Sage, which shouldn't happen normally. So here, you don't really have anything. So your options here are kind of hope Sib is going to do something, or just don't do anything. Like, if we're talking optimal decision, this boss isn't doing anything that will kill you before you will have a Lily, so you don't have to do anything. Speaking of doing anything, you're not using Presence of Mind in your opener. You should do that. You used it now. I'm guessing that you weren't sure if it was safe to do. But yeah, I would have said So if you're in a random group in Duty Finder, then you might not want, like, it might not actually be worth it to wait, 3 GCDs in to use Presence of Mind. So you could use it right after Dia. Just Dia as I's Presence of Mind. Like, you could do that. But that was mainly what I was looking for, was that we were doing that. You could also see that there was actually a chain stratagem taking on the boss at the start, because a scholar, and there's only one scholar, so Sip used chain stratagem like GCD 1 just immediately. If you check openers, you will probably be told to use Presence of Mind after the 3rd GCD into the fight, so it'll be something like Glare in the pre-pull, into Dia, into Glare, Glare, Presence of Mind, or something to that effect. But if you're playing with randoms, you can't, like in regular content, you can't expect them to actually do these things, which kind of nullifies that. And you could, like, basically just Glare, Dia, Presence of Mind would probably work as your opener, basically. Also, pretty nice you were paying attention to the face on the left and still repositioning nicely. Let me just hop back real quick here. So now you have Blood Lily fully charged. So we need to figure out when are you using that. You have to use it before you use any more healing lilies, otherwise it's going to be a problem. You could use a healing lily on some people here. You could also use Tetragrammaton on either one. You could do that. Although, well, they are in your party. Those are specifically in your party. So let's see here. Reposition. Reapply dot. How long did the dot have left? You probably didn't need to do that. It would probably have been better to use Afflatus Misery right here instead of Dia for your reposition cast. That was a little random. I'm pretty sure you actually ran face first into the exact problem that I was just saying, right? So you can see here, you're repositioning, but you're explicitly not using Afflatus Misery. So you can't... It would be wasteful to use Rapture or Solace. So you catch yourself in this problem that right here, everyone takes a lot of damage. You should be using... You could use Afflatus Rapture for this. In fact, you could use Plenary Indulgence, which is on your X here. I feel like I might have to, for Gazel's sake, show some of the actions I'm talking about. So Afflatus Misery, big AoE blast. Solace is single target Lily, and Rapture is AoE Lily. Tetragrammaton is of course this one. And Plenary Indulgence increases the healing of your healing spells, specifically your AoE healing spells, but just an additional 200 potency per target. So if you're going to use Afflatus Rapture for any reason, unless you actually need Plenary Indulgence for something coming up, then you can use Plenary Indulgence leading up to any moment you're going to use Afflatus Rapture. Any moment. Like, well, I'm going to use Afflatus Rapture in the next 5 seconds, I'm just going to Plenary Indulgence beforehand. Which makes it stronger. Oh, you knew with the actions. Okay. It would be not very helpful if I'm sitting here like, oh, and then you use this action, and then Gazel's just sitting there like, I have no idea what he's saying. I don't know what those things are. But yeah. The primary reason you have as a white mage to hold on to Afflatus Misery is if you're expecting people to use any sort of damage buffs. then there might be a reason to sit on it if you're expecting it to come up soon. Now, this Aflato's Misery is your first one. So that one actually comes out on, like, that one becomes online on the odd minute. So assuming everything goes right, the only way for that one to land in buffs of any kind is if you wait until Sip uses Chain Stratagem, because there's no other raid buffs here, and then you use Aflato's Misery, then 3 Lilies in quick succession, because you would have to camp out completely, and then another Aflato's Misery, which means that it would be better to just use it, because it's going to come at a cost. It's better to just spend it, because it's the odd minute Lily in this case. Spend it so you can get it out of the way, so you can use more healing Lilies instead of feeling blocked, so you have to cast Medica too. That would be my suggestion here. But so far, things are fine. No one's dead. Pretty good start. And now you have the problem of being full on Lilies. Also, did the Chain Stratagem actually get used? There it is. Oops. So, at this point, you should have used Aflato's Misery. Like that's the weird thing, is that this is actually DPS mentality, but you should use Misery more. Like, a lot more. Now you remembered it, but you lost 2 Lilies. It happens. Now, one thing that I do think you're good about is using... You did use Presence of Mind again, and you're using SIs, it seems, on cooldown, which is very good. Some things that might be helpful to consider, that might be easy to forget, if you're... I know you're used to playing Scholar, so something that is crucially different between Scholar and White Mage is that Scholar can always just ruin 2 as they reposition. It hurts your damage, but it's only 75 potency. It's not so bad, right? So if you're repositioning, you can just go ruin 2 instead. White Mage is going from 310 down to 65. It hurts a lot more to cast Dia to reposition. So generally, if you have to reposition as a White Mage, some of the best options you have to keep casting while repositioning is, that's the time where you use a Lily. Like, if you know, oh, everyone's missing HP, but it's okay, I need to move in 5 seconds, and no one's going to get hurt in that time, so I'll heal at that time. So 5 seconds later, you use Rapture while you're repositioning. Aflato's Misery is a really good repositioning tool for the same reason, because it's instant. So your Lilies are actually like they're like your Adder Stings as a Sage. They just recover freely. And then if you have nothing else, like, if you don't need the Swift Cast, you could Swift Cast Glare if, like, you really need something. But Dia is, like, the one you start casting if you have, like, if you actually have nothing left you could do, or if you're like, well, I could spend the Lily, I guess, but I kinda need it. I don't want to spend all of them on repositioning. If that makes sense. But yeah, Dia, not the best. Like, that is really, like, if you're using that to reposition, you're really hurting for something to spend. So by that token, unless you can guarantee that Aflato's Misery lands in raid buffs, it's more like a movement tool that just happens to do a ridiculous amount of damage. You know, like Xenoglossy. Which, again, does a ridiculous amount of damage, so you might want to save it for bursts. To compare that a little bit to Black Mage, right? That was an interesting positioning. You didn't have to chase in that direction. It seems like you're getting better at remembering to use your Blood Lily. But yeah, you said you felt like you were using Medica 2 a lot. You might be. What you should do, just my first tip would be, well, that was actually a good use of Temperance. A shame that the fight ended right there. And that was a good use of Temperance. Also very nice. Do you actually check, do I have this item in my bank somewhere before you agreed on it? But this is actually also a really good example of something where... So this is probably never going to be actually helpful because the AoE isn't big enough on a Flatus Misery. But if you have multiple targets in a fight, if you can make it so that they overlap so that a Flatus Misery can AoE them, that's really nice. Like, that's really good damage. Yeah, let me just rewind this real quick. You have a Lily. I would say Glare, Plenary Indulgence, Afflatus Rapture. You do Glare, Asylum. That's not bad. That's a long cooldown that I sometimes forget to actually use. And you did do Plenary Indulgence. And there was another AoE. And then you do Medica 2. You could have used a Lily instead. I think that's like the main thing here is really get used to going Lily first. Every time there's something that needs healing, go, can I use a Lily for that? But it is like not being afraid of... Oh, by the way, as Ice is ready. Is the other ad facing a shield against you? Oh, someone just died. Or what? Weird. All tanks are dead. All tanks are dead. Who's tanking? Is anyone in your party tanking? Maybe you should heal them. This is really bad. Oh no. And Asylum is up again. That is really good use of that. Did you use Thin Air for the raise earlier? It seems like you might have, at least. Oh, Azai's is actually really bad in this fight because the tanks don't always actually face it, so you can't. Like, it might actually be really dangerous. And those are going to swap positions. Very good recovery. But you have a lot of lilies. How did you recover all that and still have lilies to spare? This is also good. So people died again. So just to rewind here. This is an excellent time to go. I don't think I need 3 lilies. I could probably do with like 2 or 1. Like right now. I think you're kind of saying the same thing. Like right now, you can attack nothing, so Afflatus Misery is generally considered damage neutral because when you use a Lily, like Afflatus Misery deals the same damage as 4 glares, so when you use a Lily, you basically just pay a glare to get it refunded later. But when you're using lilies when there's nothing to attack, it's free damage because you're not losing a glare. That's also the reason why you want to use them for repositioning, because it would generally be at a time where you can't use glare anyway because you're moving. That is oh, yeah. See, that's what I meant. You actually did use Azai's only for the other boss to go whack, because they're faced weird. For anyone who doesn't know, this boss, if you're tanking the boss with the shield on them, you pull them away and then you turn them so that the boss is facing the raid, like facing their butt out of the arena. I know it sounds really weird to do that as a tank because normally you want to face the boss away from the raid, but the boss doesn't have any frontal attacks at all, just its auto attacks and maybe a tank buster, but it's not AoE. And the shield can be hit by dancer standard finishes and technical finishes, white mage S-Ices, just to name a few. So it really hurts if you don't turn the boss to face the raid. I'm pretty sure you can even face this one towards the raid. There's just no reason to, and your melee DPS will thank you to not do that. And that is correct, BSR. At level 80, Glare is only 290 potency, so a Lily is actually a gain of 20. So there you would actually want to just dump Lilies for nothing. But generally, it is beneficial to spend Lilies in downtime, always. It's just even more beneficial at level 80. But that is correct. You could spend some Lilies here. You could use Asai's right now. That would be nice. You did? Excellent. Who's tanking the other boss? I think it's Ymir. But yeah, you know what? Just saying, I'm going to stop calling out the Lily thing. I think you got it at this point. I'm guessing that you got it. It doesn't help you to get told for 20 minutes. Hey, your lilies are capped. You should have used those. But yeah, generally, just to finish on that thought, if you have lilies, they generally should take priority over using things like Medica 2. Even if Medica 2 technically heals for more in total, it costs something, whereas the lilies are free. Like, they're literally free in every aspect you could consider. Like, they pay themselves back in damage, they don't cost any MP, they're instant. Like, what's not to like? So with that, I'm going to try and focus on other things. Oh, wow. That got really close. What happened? Someone just decided, it's probably fine. We can probably stack them. They'll surely die. It looks like the thing that Ymir wanted dropped. Because I can see a little bit more of the chat, but you can already see that there's some hype happening here. Right, so this is like an ad phase. I'm probably going to mash through this. This is basically like, if everyone's dodging, then no one's taking damage. And here comes the big one. The really hard fight for most groups is this one. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities to do a lot of damage. And you also did get your Flautas Misery into the chain stratagem. That's very nice. And you did get your Presence of Mind on time, it seems. Oh, someone just straight up died. Oops. And those do a lot of damage. That is a pretty good time to use Plenary Indulgence, which you did. Right. I mean, so far, I think the main thing is genuinely just the white mage specific things, Gazel. Like, the Lily stuff is like the thing. But other than that, I feel like you're doing the thing that you're supposed to. It's just replace Thin Air into Medica 2 with a Flautas Rapture a bit more often. Yes. Like, I can say, oh, you actually did go down to 0, so fair enough. I was just about to say that I had one of those lilies earmarked for something you just used Medica 2 for. But yeah, overall, this is great. Like the thing with White Mage is that as you observed, like as you did observe in your message about the clip yourself, I don't know what to do because it feels like White Mage is just a lot of ways to heal a lot, which it is. Like, I actually have in my notes, I actually wrote yes, haha, to your note, to your observation about the big heals. Like, correct. I said this myself. So it isn't surprising that you would feel this way about White Mage. Especially when you're used to Scholar that has, like, this incredible toolbox of random things. How many dies as they get pulled to the right? Well, no one on your team. No one died. That is incredible. That is usually the killer. And there you did actually use lilies. And the Afflatus Misery was used in time. That is also very good. And you had the very lucky positioning where you don't have to do anything. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Actually, you got the good one. Uh-oh. 4 dead? I think all of them died to that. As eyes? You could use as eyes right now. Well, guess no point because the boss died. I will say, so I did mention this earlier, that my most recent run in Tower Paradigm's Breach, I had to use Pepsis like half a dozen times, with Pepsis being the emergency tactics of Sage. It was way worse than this. But I also recall that my co-healer in my run was a first-timer. And I think half of our raid team was. And most of the alliance was, or something to that effect. So it makes sense. This fight is particularly brutal if you don't know the fight. I think this was really well done. Felt a lot harder without Ruin 2, I could imagine. I think something like if you feel like you rely hard on Ruin 2, Gazel, my recommendation is to practice getting better at all healers, because it's about positioning. Like, if you feel like you're missing Ruin 2, it's because you're relying on Ruin 2, and Ruin 2 is like the Scholar benefit. Like, one thing you could do, also, by the way, you could use Afflatus Misery. You really could use Afflatus Misery right now. If you play Scholar thinking, so you see how I said Dia is a massive DPS loss. If you think of Ruin 2, of course Ruin 2, as a massive DPS loss, then you might use that less often. And if you're not using Ruin 2 as often, you will have to slide cast more. And Sage, is especially White Mage, and Astrologian also, actually also almost especially Astrologian, because they never have light speed for movement, it's always for card bursts. But all the other healers... What? All the other healers don't get to just have a freebie movement all the time. So, consider that. Also, thank you so much for the super chat, XO. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's really strange. I feel like I've seen Ino do this like 2 or 3 times, and they never say anything else. Like, I really appreciate it. Like, nothing about that, but I'm a bit surprised. Thank you. Yes. You will probably, like, if you feel like it is hard because you're relying on Ruin 2, then the best thing you can do to practice that, Gazel, is to try and not use Ruin 2 as much. Also, hey Kuma and Ode Blue, glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. Giga Chat just donates and leaves. Ah, right. I do recognize the first letter is the same one. Is it okay if I just say Kuma? Thank you, Ode Blue. I am. Let me just rewind this fight. But yeah, as I said, and this one goes out to not just Gazel, because I'm sure that Gazel is not the only one that feels this way. If you're feeling extremely dependent, on a spammable movement option like Ruin 2, that is usually a sign that you're not planning your movement very well. Try to slide cast more if you can. Of course, some fights just have a lot more movement, and that's just how it is, and that person died to standing in a mechanic. So that's not your fault that samurai died. That's just how it goes. But if you're feeling like you need your boy, your movement options that are like always available, then it might mean that you might want to work on your positioning more. Yukanin says, I've recently had a White Mage run on this a few days ago, and I do not ever recall using Medica 2 at all. You could do that. Like, exactly, you might not need it. It's the same as, like, you might not need Soccer as a Scholar in certain fights. You might not need your Creation Prognosis as a Sage. You might not need Expected Helios as an Astrologian. But something that is not uncommon, I feel like, is that White Mages might, especially like not White Mage mains, might feel a lot more dependent on Medica 2, because with Scholar, you just go, oh, I'll just use Indomitability. With Sage, you go, oh, I'll just use Ixochole. With Astrologian, you go, I'll just use Celestial Opposition. With White Mage, you're like, do I use a Lily now? Basically, there's nothing wrong with using Medica 2. The only reason why I'll just move so I'm not just paused on your death. I felt that was a little mean. I just wanted to comment something on your death, actually, or how to prevent it in the future. But if you have lilies, then Plenary Indulgence into like just Rapture while you're repositioning is excellent. Like, the thing is, when I'm saying you can use your lilies to reposition, if you know what's going to come up in a moment in the fight, you can use the lilies and reposition closer to where you know you need to be later. Like, it doesn't have to be, oh, I have to move now, better use a lily. It can be, I need to use a lily now, so while I'm doing that anyway, I'll move over there, because I need to be there in a little bit. So here, I know this is probably really awkward, but it might help you in that particular fight to see more if you did this. Like, not put your camera like this, but just, you know, you're like this, and you just go, okay, there's nothing where I am. There's nothing where I am. Oh, there's nothing where I am. And then go, oh, there's coming a wall of orbs. Let me just lily and then just move, right? I can't demonstrate that because I didn't have lilies yet, but like look ahead. That might be helpful in that particular situation. And if you had done that, you could have seen, you saw them. You could have seen those like a good 1 or 2 GCDs earlier. The moment that you see those is when you go, you need to be over here now. Like over here. Or like over here. I don't care, you can choose, but you have to move now. I'm pretty sure that wall isn't common, I'm pretty sure. But now you see them. Your next GCD has to be instant and you have to run. Instead you cast Glare. Now it is pretty much, I would have concluded it's better to just stop in one of these lines and just eat it. Maybe even use Divine Benison and just, maybe even if I have Temperance, just Temperance Divine Benison and just pray that I live, because I'm not going to get away from that. So what happens is, you actually do get away from it, but I think you take a step back into it, which is why you took this hit. And now you're panicking. I'm guessing, like I can't know your thoughts, share your feelings and all that. I can't do that. But I would guess that what's happening is that you're panicking right now. So you see this, you have to move. You also see this, and I'm not sure when these resolve. So you would feel inclined to step right because of these, and left because of these. And this down here, you can't avoid those. They would have spawned anyway, even if you had come over here earlier. Like, if you'd come over here earlier, maybe your Circle AoE would have been over there, but there's like 3 other guys that placed theirs like right there. So that one was unavoidable. The best you could do was be prepared for it. So the Circle AoEs resolve first, but they resolve so shortly before the orbs that if you had waited for the circles, then you would have gotten hit by the orbs anyway. And then you actually got hit by the overlapping circle. So if we just take that, it is a little hard to find the exact time to check because it's a long clip. Would we take it again? If you take like a micro step to the right, you might be fine. Instead, you take a micro step to the left, get hit because of latency. That's the key thing here. Is I know Gazel has some latency on these servers, I'm pretty sure. So that's the reason why they got hit. I'm pretty sure that if I had done the exact same sequence on my screen, I wouldn't have been hit, because I took the step, like, as far as the server is concerned, a microsecond earlier. And then you get hit because you're standing either in this or this. In this. And latency again. It's always easy to be Captain Hindsight. Just want to be clear about that, Gazel. It's always easy to be Captain Hindsight. Ironically, in that whole shenanigans, the best you probably could have done was either run left instead, or, as Ode Blue says, just eat a line and just take it, and just stay put here in the center where everyone else isn't, so you wouldn't get swarmed by Circle AoEs. But what you might have been able to do is, if you had looked a little bit further ahead by tipping your camera a little bit further to look up, and if you had started moving a little bit earlier by being more used to using your lilies to reposition ahead of time, you might have survived. But that was, like, I will say, that was a particularly mean configuration, just across the board. Maybe that's just me, but I do feel like that one was particularly brutal. Also, fun fact about the mechanic right here, coming up. This one, if you time it just right, you can actually make your Medica 2 land here. So you can make sure everyone's topped up. You can do that. That is, what? Thank you again, Nino. That's crazy. That's actually a pink super chat, even. Thank you so much. But Near Raids, my loves. It is actually wild regarding Near Raids. That I feel like the Near Raid series is either loved or, like, people don't care. Like, it's not anywhere between. It's either people that are, like, super into it, or it's like, whatever. A lot of people that just go, well, I don't like it, so I'll just not unlock it. Rainbow Super incoming. That sounds really expensive. But thank you so much, Eno. It really means a lot to me. Genuinely. The Giga Chat strikes again. Did someone just fall off? What was that? Yep. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, time to get back in the battle. All right, forward. Whoops. I think I might have done that myself at least once. Just when you don't actually, when you accidentally run forward instead of holding right click, like you don't actually make your character snap properly. Just run forward off. My planet needs me. I must go. Oh, that was great. But you're right after the cutscene as well, exactly. Oh man. Right. Back to focus mode for me. I'll try at least. Very good. Flatus Misery was used. I feel like this fight is going really fast, by the way. I know I've set it to double speed. That's not what I'm commenting on. What? What's happening there? I'm guessing that you're trying to look up exactly what was the thing that I was suggesting for the orbs. Are you doing this in the past? Like, are you listening in on this stream in the past, Castle? Like, how are you doing this? You're doing it like you did this early as well. Me like, oh, you're forgetting your Flatus Misery, and then for the rest of the raid, you remember it. Hey, Travis, hope you're doing well. You're trying to look up. The idea is good. It's white here. Something. I will say nice try. Something that I'm like 99% certain is that the first time they do the rings, it's always alternating. So it's white, black, white, or black, white, black. But the second time, they can mix it up more. Castle's version of the Echo is being able to listen to future Kai content. That is some huge brain tactics. White, stone, black. Let's be careful we don't give anyone some war flashbacks. And no one died to the falling rocks. In time for more trains! Or this kind of train. Then, oops. Wait, was you getting hit? See, there it can go black, white, white. So, like, there you can't be sure what it is. I'm pretty sure it's actually usually like 1, 2, 2. So it's black, white, white, or white, black, black. But I'm not 100% of that one. I'm pretty sure that that one can be mixed. What? Oh, you did get hit. You just somehow lived it. In the same fleeting moment, you must live, Kai, and know. Yeah, the scary thing is. All right. Let me just comment on the thing that I actually was about to say. The scary thing with this mechanic is that the people that get them are kind of supposed to, you know, get them to the edge or something. But because you're often dealing with first-timers in this fight, you're often dealing with first-timers. very often, you can't trust them to do it. You just have to move out of the way. You just have to move out of the way. But it's pretty funny that and this is actually something that I think I can't remember if Gazel is on legacy controls or standard controls, but something that I would be afraid of doing if I was on legacy controls would be like parking the camera on the boss too much. The simple fact that on standard controls you have to use the camera a lot to like work your movement means that you're much more likely to naturally turn the camera and accidentally see something that you might otherwise have missed. Just, you know, looking around the room by accident. So like that might be helpful. That doesn't mean that I'm saying, oh, you should be using standard controls. It is more to say, I have a feeling that if you are playing on legacy controls, there's a higher tendency to like park the camera facing a specific way so that your movement is predictable in a way. Because that means that, you know, you can walk in cardinal directions and everything. And it might be more awkward to turn the camera to look at something because of how your camera impacts your movement so much. But that's just something that I've noticed. With that said, the red beams are of course already telling you something's coming on the right. So it's just pretty funny. I don't think I can actually remember ever getting hit by those trains. So it's just extra funny to me. Seeing how it actually looks. It's just... and you're dead. But, to summarize... Gazel, you're right there. To summarize... Hello. Good day. Lilies might be better to if you use those more aggressively. And try to work on like slide casting more. And you know, use your tools that you're going to be using anyway for movement. Like lilies can be super helpful for repositioning. You don't really have this in the same way as a scholar, which is part of the reason why Ruin 2 is going to feel like it is missing. Like, if we think about it, White Mage has specifically its lilies as like a movement option. Astrologian has light speed, or it's supposed to have light speed as a movement option. Sage has Toxicon and actually Eucratian Prognosis and Eucratian Diagnosis as like pseudo movement options, like if you need to apply the shield anyway or you can't do anything else. But specifically Scholar has nothing. So it's like it's Ruin 2 or bust, which means that to practice this kind of slide casting as a Scholar main, you actually have to willingly not use Ruin 2 at all. Like, you have to go, what if I don't use my instant option? And ultimately, if you practice that well enough, you would know where you'd need to be and slide cast in advance often enough that you're going to be on White Mage and be like, what do you mean use lilies to reposition? I don't need anything to reposition, I just slide cast everywhere. So, it would be something that would be worth practicing. Something that is also worth considering with healers is that because you have a full second between each cast, in addition to the half-second slide cast window, you don't even have to slide cast. You can just move the second that you're sure that you can actually move, and you would still get pretty far. Of course, if you slide cast, you get way further. But you can, like, you don't even have to employ slide casting. You can just move when, you know, you're allowed to move. But yeah, it would help. It would certainly help. And it wouldn't be a wasted skill to get great at, certainly. And it would help you on Scholar as well as White Mage. Because every time you're using Ruin 2, you're still losing some potency that could have been a broil. So if you can master this, you'll do more damage. Shout out to Samurai slide casting, that's true. Enjoy your food, Yukarin. Aggressively slide casting sometimes cancels multiple of magicities for some reason. Yeah. My suggestion, if your slide casting is inconsistent, you probably know this. If you put an emote, just for everyone who doesn't know, if you put an emote on your bars somewhere, it lights up when you can slide cast. If you wait for that one, I think it should work. It should work even if you have latency problems. But if it doesn't, my suggestion is make sure that it is below half a second. Like, it has to be casting 0.5 left. Then it should work regardless of your latency. I'm reasonably sure. That of course eats some of your slide casting time, but it's better than failing the cast. You might be slide casting too late. I mean, more like too early. Eno? Thank you. That's insane. That's absolutely crazy, but thank you so much for the red super chat. Wow. Says Womp. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. That is very, very crazy and very generous. Really appreciate it, Eno. Thank you so much. Wow. Now I feel bad that I don't have like some sort of a explosion or something on the screen that happens when you do that. Yeah, JL. Eno's literally like just have uptime on 2 super chats over here. It's crazy. You could self-destruct. That's an explosion. Cast a holy 3. We can do that. We can also self-destruct. We could do that. We could do that. Although then I'll be dead. Thank you. Absolutely crazy. You know, I really appreciate it. Really crazy. Thank you. You really need to fix your exploding furniture. Did the self-destruct hit the dummies? Yes, it did. How big is the explosion? I think it's... Well, it's 20. How big is 20? How big is 20? Do I have anything I could show that with? This is 15. This is 20. And we have 20 explosion. It's really insane. It's as big as some arenas. Exactly. Gazel says, I tried slide casting Broil in Titania EX at the start to get to my puddle location, but it ended up cancelling even my energy drains. Oh, that does sound like weird latency shenanigans. Oh, I don't know what I can suggest there. That is why I would recommend, if the slide casting isn't working, then maybe try and just move when your cast is finished. As I said, like, just don't move before the cast bar is finished. You still should have like almost a full second, so that should still help. But it might also be a matter of practice. I would recommend, Garcel, like, I don't know if you've ever done this before, but like, take some time with striking dummies and just practice slide casting. Like, just take a bit and practice slide casting a little bit back and forth. I don't know how inconsistent it gets with latency, so I can't really give you advice on that. I have actually not played Final Fantasy XIV on a bad connection, like, really ever. But I can say for certain that even the smallest bit of lag I have experienced, and it makes the game a lot harder in every way. So if there's anyone who's like, no, it's easy, that's practice. That is practice. But I would recommend, see if you can practice slide casting, if you can get it consistent. It doesn't have to be, you know, as long slide cast as you possibly can. Just, if you can learn to slide cast in a consistent way, you can, like, build the muscle memory that it takes to, like, do it in a fight. But yeah, like, just, you can use my striking dummies if you like. You just practice like this. Either you just move during the slide cast window is one thing you could do. Alternatively, you can also move in the entire movement window and just, you know, go back and forth like this, and see how big sprints you can get. That would be my recommendation. You're welcome to use my striking dummies. You can also go to, like, Stone Sky Sea if you want to have it private. You could also go to, like, Summerford Farms or something. There are striking dummies there. But I do recommend, like, practicing it, because even though it's, like, just like a practical thing you could practice in combat, it is something that you would be very well served practicing just on your own for a little bit, so you know that you can do it when you have to do it. Like, the thing is, if, as you said, Garcel, it sounds like you had a bad experience with slide casting, which would of course have the effect of making you not very inclined to use it. And it would require you to practice it a lot to get it right. And also, yeah, Physic has the same cast time as an attack spell, so you could also practice it with Physic. You could do that as well. Then just practice anywhere. You could do that. I suppose if you play on legacy controls, it is a lot more irrelevant. If you play on standard controls, there is the possibility that exactly how you're facing has an impact on how you're angling your movement, depending on how you play the game. But yeah, you could practice anywhere with Physic. You could just, oh, I'm standing here out in the desert. Guess I'll practice some slide casting and just go back and forth. You could do that. Gazel doesn't have latency, he has truancy. His spells don't show up. Oof. Yeah, exactly, Woodblue. I'm pretty sure Gazel is also around 200 MS. And at that point, you start having trouble, like, you press your AoE, like your melee AoE attack, the game starts processing it as if you were in range because you were in range, and then the server goes, wait, on the other hand, on my screen you're not in range, and then just cancels it. So, like, I can picture it. The problem is I've never been able to try it. Like, maybe one day I specifically should make a character on NA servers or something to experience bad latency Final Fantasy XIV, because I'm in EU, not because I'm not saying the NA servers are bad. I'm saying I'm far away from the NA servers. Don't read into this. It's not as complicated as you think. One way you can check your latency is to check how your latency would be on your PC, Virk. Because you should have the same latency on your console. Assuming you have a PC. Not everyone has a PC. Chimera. I also heard a lot of good with the cloud server, so maybe that will solve a lot of problems for people. Yeah, you could ping it, exactly. The Kylan says, it sucks being in NA. I am on East Coast and I have 100 MS to NA and 110 MS to EU. Oh. Oh, right. The thing where the server, like where the servers are in NA, but NA is so big that it doesn't even matter. You see, that's where I have the enormous advantage that I'm pretty sure that the EU servers are in Germany. Like, most games, like, tend to place their servers, like, around Germany because it's, like, a very central point of EU. And I'm in Denmark. Are they in Holland? I'm pretty sure I saw they were in Germany. They could have been moved, but according to this post from 7 years ago, they are in Frankfurt, Germany, and no longer in Canada. But yeah, that is actually true, now that you mention it. I do think Amsterdam is also a pretty common place, or like Holland is pretty common. But yeah, because I am like next door to the servers, I tend to have like 20 MS. But despite that, I just want to be clear. If you watch my guides on Final Fantasy XIV, whenever I talk about things related to lag, like animation locking, I assume 60 MS. Like, I actually assume everyone has around 60 MS at least. Because that's how I get to the... you may have heard animation lock is half a second plus twice your latency, which averages out to about 0.625 seconds, which is a fourth of a regular GCD, conveniently. That is actually what you would have if you had 62 or 63 MS. But assuming that you lag more than you actually do tends to allow you to do everything you think you can do. But if your latency is really high, then assuming that you're lagging more than you actually do might not be healthy because you're already lagging plenty. The really scary parts is when your latency goes above 150 ms, then it starts to get really difficult to double weave. Because then you actually have a 0.8 second latency. Or 0.8 second animation lock, which means that a double weave would take 2.4 seconds in total. So if you have spell speed or skill speed, it starts to become a problem. You can't double weave on a monk, for example. That's just not happening. Also, I don't think I actually said hi to Orion. So, I hope you're doing well, by the way. But yeah, latency is really, really a problem sometimes, especially when you can have this much around the world. Doesn't spell queuing help with double weaving? No. It doesn't. The thing that spell queuing does. So, spell queuing is that over half a second, I'm not sure exactly how long it is, over half a second before you actually can do something, the game is already ready to grab your next command, which means that I can spam diagnosis very easily with one key press per cast, like this. And you can see the blink on my hotbars when I actually click. I'm clicking like with a quarter of the GCD left, and it's fine. See, I actually clicked a full second in advance, and then it didn't work. But you have like approximately your animation lock actually on the other end, but spell queuing doesn't help with latency at all, because the reason why this problem is like that is because I think it's something with server communication. You say to the server, I'm going to cast Diagnosis. If you have 100 ms, then it takes 100 ms, then the server is told that you're using Diagnosis. So as far as the game is concerned, you actually use Diagnosis a 1/10 of a second later. And then your Diagnosis' cast time later, the server goes, oh, I see you finished your Diagnosis cast, and says you're good to cast your next thing. Something like that. Which then is the reason why it's twice your latency, which is your animation lock, and not just once. And this is also why there are third-party tools that can remove half of it, no problem. Because, I mean, they can just fake the part where you receive the response. Right? Like, when the server says that you're done casting Diagnosis, it doesn't need to care about when you receive the response, but it will take 100 ms for you to receive the response. So if the tool just fakes the response and goes, oh yeah, we already heard that, you can start your next cast 100 ms earlier and just discard the legitimate response that it's okay. But you can probably see why this is not the safest idea, because it also means that you're that hypothetically you're faking a server response potentially. So you can probably see why that would be a problem. But that is the reason why they can do that. Maybe Imi as the guardian of the servers. But that is also the reason why, as I said, if you have if you actually want to double weave, like if you want to do a double weave in any situation and you have lag, like a significant amount of lag, the question is, do you have, if you take your ms and add it as, milliseconds to your to half a second, and then multiply it by 3. The reason why this is 3 is because it's your cast, your first OGCD and your third OGCD has to have finished by the time you want to cast something new, a new GCD. So you need it to be 3 times, that is distinctly less than your actual GCD timer. So for example, if you have a GCD of 2.40, which is very common on healers, for example, then you cannot consistently double weave without clipping your GCD if your latency is more than 150 ms. And the key thing to remember is if your latency is like 120 ms, it could still spike up to 160, for example, for just a moment. And if that happens at just the wrong moment, problems arise. So that's why, it's the same as the reason why if you have like a monitor. Alright, Jail, good night, thank you for coming. The reason why, for example, when you have like a monitor that can take 120 frames per second, some people will still have their GPU just go full blast and make as many frames as they can, because if it's making 240 frames per second, and then there's like a dip, like there's like something that just makes it cough for a moment. Well, I mean, it's still generating way more frames than the PC can than the monitor can even demonstrate, which can lead to you not even noticing that it is having a hiccup. It's kind of the same deal, it's just in the opposite direction, where if you have a really low latency, and you're playing like you have a higher latency, then you'll not notice when it spikes up to that actual latency. Like if you're assuming that you're playing on 0 ms, you'll notice that you're not. If you're playing like you're on 100 ms, but you're on 200, then a lot of things will not work. But if you're playing on 20 ms and you assume you have 60, or you're playing on 60 and you assume you have 120, then you can generally get away with all of the things that you're assuming that you can, because you can. Mathematically, you literally can. Are you also going, Bjerg? In that case, good night. I do want to get one last clip in before we finish. Oh, it was a jail. Fair enough. I specifically would like to see BSR's demonstration of O4S, because last time Vjek was showing O4S with Paladin, and BSR then went challenge accepted with Dark Knight. So I do want to see that. And I'm saying it like I want to see this last one, because I do see that the time is already you know, overtime. Also, I just want to say, finally, with Kylan says, I have trouble weaving on Gunbreaker with 100 ms. I'm guessing that could be because of latency spikes. There's also the possibility that you're like, if you mash a little bit harder to weave quicker, it might be fine, but it could be latency spikes. As I said, if you're 100 ms, you are not too far away from, like, if you spike up in latency, that it could like go over the limit. It might also be a practice thing. I don't know how much you play Gunbreaker. Right. There are timestamps for mechanics in the description. There's the cutscene. Yeah, exactly. That was what I was looking for, BSR. That I did know that you said something about white hole. So a thing that might be slightly different between Dark Knight and Paladin is that I would guess that Dark Knight is capable of bursting a little bit harder. But then Dark Knight has a lot... Oh, right! Wait, you barely took any damage from that. How did that happen? Is your shield just enormous? Right, it would be like 60,000. Or did you use multiple cooldowns? Oh, magic resistance, right. Oh, your buffs are down there. I was confused how your Dark Mind ended early without you clicking anything. Right, if I remember correctly, the thing that White Hole does is, if you don't have full HP, you get petrified for like 10 seconds. And then you just kind of sit there awkwardly. Also, a fun fact, and I did mention this recently on the Discord. You cannot solo the normal version of this fight with a tank. You literally can't. There's a possibility that Bard and all healers can, though. And the hilarious reason for that is that the X-Death opens the fight on normal by casting Doom on everyone. Or on Doom on at least someone, which is you. I'm pretty sure it doesn't do it on everyone, because I don't think you could assume everyone fast enough. But you could absolutely be missing it if you're a tank. Did a cat arrive? Oh, Bob is back. Well, BSR says, I remember delaying a Soul Eater to pass Whitehole 1 without Petrify. Well, let's see, when did you lose all this HP? Oh, here you're at full HP. Black Hole deals half of your HP in damage, it appears, and gives you an HP penalty that is not very easy to see. How much damage does that do? Oh, didn't break the shield. Right, so through all that, you had to, like, I don't think Dark Knight has the capacity to heal half of their HP in that amount of time. Even if you could just stand there and 1-2-3 combo, even if it used Abyssal Drain, it wouldn't have been enough. You just wouldn't be able to. But I will say, a very, very smart to delay Soul Eater, like, just a moment to heal when you needed it. Right, there's the cutscene. Let's skip that. There is quite a lot to consider. I can't remember how much of it if we like how much of it we got to see in Vieck's case. Which I will admit, in retrospect, I should probably have given that a bit more time. But I do want to see how we deal with all these things, specifically because Dark Knight has the massive weakness of, well, if you lose HP, it's going to be hard to recover it. The only thing you... Oh, right, Grand Cross Alpha. Doesn't that require you to be in the... Right, in the middle? Let's see... If you get hit by something, you get knocked back massively, I believe. You have to stop doing something at a specific time. You're running away. You have to get hit by the opposite to this. Very nice. And also that was a nice knockback cancel with Plunge. Do you get knocked in completely off the arena if you don't do that? Or is it just damage uptime? Oof. Wait, that was called double attack. Why did he only hit once? I don't remember that. It's double attack because I punch you with 2 fists. Pop, pop. EX says, interestingly, clemency is not even needed for this fight. The regular healing Paladin has is enough. That's true. I would guess that the 4 heals from Requiescat also helps a lot in maintaining your HP, where Dark Knight falls behind on healing, quote unquote falls behind, whenever they have to do things. double attack is supposed to be shared with the other tank. That's why. Ah, right. Also, your debuffs are get hit by the opposite. So hit this one. You get knocked back really hard if you get hit. And I'm pretty sure you can't die. But if you don't die, like Living Dead style, within this time frame, you will die as a result. So you have to actually get hit by the wrong line AoE here, and be aware of the knockback. Oh right, you just survive. You don't actually like ignore the hit. Oh, that was smart. I was just thinking, are you about to die? And then use Living Dead. The perfect time for Living Dead. Full recovery. The biggest heal. And then we have the Earthshaker. I thought something that I thought was funny was that I noticed one. I think it's a mod, but I'm not gonna say what it was. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't hurt anyone. A meteor? Welcome back, Emia. I thought you were checking out. We are watching BSR's solo clear of 04S with Dark Knight. I am actually thinking when I see you drop this low, BSR. Do you need that? Do you need this part of your health bar for anything? Is this fine? I see you're slowly recovering, but do you not need this? Is there nothing that like does like half of your HP bar or something? Is this okay? Oh, Grand Cross Alpha again. Oh. Just in time. Emia said I had driver school for 90 minutes. I hope it went well. It is quite funny when you're doing unsynced content that sometimes you can just hang out at like a quarter of your HP and it's kind of okay because you still have like 60,000 health. And the boss can't kill you from that. Not without doing percentage-based damage. And you'll see that coming. Like if you ever if you had that much HP as a tank, but it just was like a nightmare to heal it all, that would certainly give like more space for a more slowed down fight. Also, yeah, Emia, gave an insanely generous $200 super chat, a red super chat. I was also completely shocked. Completely. BSR? Are you just holding out for the living dead, which is coming in 45 seconds? Or is the boss going to die first? How much HP do you really need? 1. The rest of it is just extra. You only need 1 point of HP. You've been using a lot of TBN. That's when you really know that the Dark Knight has been on the defense. When their dark side is running out. And they're low on MP. Just spamming that TBN. TBN is kind of good. I mean, TBN for 60k damage is insanely good. You know, something that is quite interesting is that despite everything, nice. And even with Undead Rebirth at the end. Despite everything, this looked, don't know if it looked easier than doing it unsynced in Shadowbringers with a full party. And I did that. The reason it looked easier is just because the Grand Cross actions are completely insane when you're in a full party. Because, like, there's like a whole list. Like, BSR got a like specific configuration of debuffs, but normally there's like, I think there's like 8 debuffs, and everyone is handed like 2 each. Like, specific configurations, but everyone gets like 2 each, which means that the healers have 2 different ways they might have to deal with things, in that you don't know which one gets which combination until you do it, although there's a tendency for it to be a specific configuration because of Square Enix RNG. Usually they'll give it out in the same order for a long time. But the simple fact that everyone needs to have like their places or everyone dies, pretty much, is scary. I remember even doing this. I think we did it with 4 players in Endwalker unsynced, or maybe 5 or 6 in the free company. And if I remember correctly, at least one of our kills was just me on, I'm pretty sure it was Sage, just repeatedly rezzing the tank. They eat a tank buster in the face they weren't ready for, or something, and then I raised the tank up again. Because, like, we were having deaths faster than I could keep people alive. But that is really well done. Both Viek and BSR did it. Viek did it with Paladin, and BSR did it with Dark Knight. As I think I started the stream with this observation that the newest trial in Final Fantasy XIV, the one that was added with the Hildebrand story, can be soloed with a warrior. And my initial observation with that was, well, if a Dark Knight can do it, then all 4 tanks can probably do it then. Because Paladin and Warrior tends to have like the same, slightly lower damage typically, and by slightly we're talking like single digit percent, especially in a solo context, I'm pretty sure, usually. And Dark Knight specifically tends to have the worst self-sustain of the 4. So if Dark Knight can do it, then none of the tanks are missing the self-sustainability to do it. And if Warrior can do it, then I don't think any of the tanks are actually missing the damage. VX says the new trial has no enrage, so it's only about survival. There is a hardened rage. There's actually a hardened rage on every single encounter in the game. Let me show you an example. I'm not going to do the actual fight. Actually, never mind. That does have an enrage. This one. Nope, that has an enrage. How about we do a Stormblood one? This one. I was ninja'd. I didn't even get to make my joke. This is the hardened race timer. For some reason, it's visible in normal content. It's just right there. You have to pull as quickly as possible because you don't know how long you actually will need. So you have, on the newest trial, you have a hardened rage of 60 minutes. And I clicked through the clip I saw of a warrior doing it, but I do vividly recall that I did see the timer down to like below 11 minutes. So if you need 50 minutes, then it starts to become significant how many percent less damage the other tanks might do compared to a warrior, or how many more percent they will do compared to a warrior. Like, with a Dark Knight, if you actually need to run away to, like, delay a swing from the boss, because you can do that, and things like that, that could cost you precious damage. But if you have, 5 minutes to run on, like if it takes 55 minutes, you're probably fine. And yeah, exactly, BMO. A new trial on normal, it has a lot of HP. But yeah, that is why my observation is, if a warrior can do it, and a Dark Knight can do it, then there's a pretty good chance all 4 tanks can do it. The potential exception and outlier is that Gunbreaker is the only tank that cannot produce a barrier bigger than Brutal Shell. Which means that Gunbreaker has the smallest barrier of the 4. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure 200 cure potency is less than 10% of your HP. That's a crit. How much would it be normally? Hey Xanadu, so hope you're doing well. 4.5 thousand. That's 4% of your HP, so that would be the smallest barrier. Warrior would be the second smallest. With 400 cure potency, that's around 8% of your HP. But then you can also use Shake It Off, which kind of, like, balances that out. Which means that Paladin has the second smallest with 10%. And then there's Dark Knight with TBN. So, like, the one outlier among the tanks is, well, if you need a barrier to, like, cheese a mechanic or something, then Gunbreaker is probably the tank that is the least likely to be able to do it. So there might be a reason to say you should also test that one. Senator says, are you going for any of the relics? I have 2. And this one. And this one. This is the jetpack, by the way. Have you seen how enormous these Sage guns are? I also have all of the other relics on the one step away from the final step. So I am actually aiming to get all of them. Welcome back, Karin. I plan to get all of them. Oh, right. Bob asked earlier about my bed in the wall. The reason why there's a... Yeah, I know, right, Kiros? It's just enormously big. The reason why I have a bed in the wall is because you can use it to exit the house. I don't have anything else aside from random furniture sticking out, but that's the reason. I actually have it there because I have no idea how you actually get the bed stuck in the wall. So I had to have one of my friends place it there for me. And the reason why it is there is so that you can ask about it, so that I can show you that you can glitch out of the of your house. So actually, I can't actually raise you. You're not in my line of sight. No! No! But yeah, actually, the whole point was to have it to show you, so you can see that you can. It's really funny. But I don't have any idea how to actually set it up. Also, let me just change this to this. I'm not sure if the Pulse remix is something they don't want you to be playing randomly while playing the game. I don't know, so I don't even want to deal with the concerns. I just use music that you can find in game instead of the stuff that you have to buy from the store. It's because the Pulse remix is on like an album. But yeah, I'm working on getting all of the relics. I have like a spreadsheet and everything. That is also the reason why I said quite early in the stream that if you just go through the list of roulettes here, like you just go down the list, skip of course guild test. You might even want to skip main scenario because it's very long. But if you do most of them, you will get like over 700 tomestones per day that you do it. So you can get a relic finished every 2 days. But yeah, as BMO says, hunt trains are probably way more effective. Got stuck in a wall, 10 out of 10 house will get stuck again. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, I'm planning to work on all of the relics, one at a time. Just finish everything. And I will probably get some DPS relics next, because I have a tank one and a healer one. Help me, step guy, I'm stuck. Ymir says, where can I do hunt trains? I believe there is a Discord server. Is it Falloop that is the one? Or is it a different one for EU? I think Falloop is the one. It is Falloop, yes. And exactly, Reality Overdrive also was something we were talking about, is that if you grab a Wondrous Tales, you can just visit Chaos and do it there. But if you grab a Wondrous Tales, get it to 7 stickers, then you can just second chance reshuffle them until you have 2 lines, or you have a configuration where there's a good chance you get 2 lines, and then finish it and hand it in before it runs out. And then you can just get like a cool free 500 causality, but just don't go out of your way to summon to farm second chances, because then it's just better to just farm causality in other ways. Mayor Clanger says there's also Centurio hunts. Right, you could join both. Female says for loop is for Ether Crystal Dynamis. And Reality Overdrive says for loop is for Elemental, Gaia, Mana, and Meteor. Sounds like for loop is a little bit for everyone. that is pretty funny. I'm pretty sure for loop is the one for EU. Someone else comes in. Hold up, I'm pretty sure it's for NA. Third one comes in. Hey yo, I'm actually pretty sure it's for JP only. Last person just comes in like Fila or someone comes in like, hey guys, we also use Faloop over in Oceania. Yeah, crazy. I suppose what you could do is it might work to like look for hunt Discord servers or something, or Google it. It could be a role thing, Overdrive. That is true. That could be it. I've also heard from, I believe it's, I think it was Angel that told me in the community Discord that the people planning the hunt trains between light and chaos are like not the same people exactly, at least. So they have like differences between them and stuff like that. Stuff like people doing the spawns and people conducting the trains and all that. So the important thing when you get into hunt trains, I think the most important thing is to like figure out what you're like, how they work specifically with their hunt trains. And then I think an extremely effective way to not get on anyone's bad side is to never be the person pulling. If you're not the person pulling, then you're never the person who pulls out of turn. It's quite incredible. If you just do that, then you will never have anyone get mad at you for that. But yeah, the almost certainly, and this is also something that I sort of assumed to begin with, one of the most effective ways to farm causality tomes will be hunt trains. But I know some people don't like to do hunt trains, which is why I usually lead with my roulette suggestion. Because the thing is, people that don't know where else to go, there's a very good chance that they already tried looking up what's the most effective way to farm causality tomestones and get told, do hunt trains. And the reason why they're asking is because they don't want to do hunt trains. Or they don't know how to. So giving an alternative option that is like basically plug and play, you just go for it. You just queue for roulettes like you always have. And you're good. Like, that is something you can do. It's not the most effective, but it is something. And Meva says hunt trains at the moment are a horror. It's more than 100 people, so even 400. And yes, I actually remember that. I can't remember if it was when Relic weapons, when the Mandeville Relic weapons came out initially, or if it was one of the previous like upgrades. But I do recall that there was at least one Endwalker instance, like a case where there were so many newcomers to hunt trains coming in and basically ruining the fun for the regulars, that it was causing a lot of problems. Because, you know, they were pulling, they were not patient, they were just going for it, and it was causing a lot of trouble because people weren't listening. And when you have like the smaller group of people that normally do it, and then you have like 4 times more players that are there because they watched a guide that said do hunt trains. That's the reason they're there. Then you get these problems. But I could imagine that. But even so, if you want every single relic weapon fully upgraded, and you have all of them on the previously attainable stage, so the majestic mandible weapons. If you just do daily roulettes every day, you know, it takes like 2 hours or something, maybe 3, depending on how much time you spend talking with chat. You'll get 750 causality every day, which means that it will take you 2 days to like upgrade one weapon, which means it will take you a month and 8 days, well, 38 days to max, like to upgrade all weapons without hunt trains. And we have more than a month. We have more than 3 months, presumably, before Dawn Trail comes out. So you don't have to hurry. There's no rush. You have plenty of time. Plenty. You haven't started the Astrologian one. Well, you'll get to it eventually. Emo says hunt trains on off-peak hours seem to be the best time to do them since it's less people. That makes sense. You kind of does. I can hear faraway Lalafell making noises. What we know, Viek, is that we've been promised Dawn Trail for summer. That's it. Summer. So it could be the first day of summer or the last day of summer. Dart says, don't treasure maps also give causality, or is that just comedy? I think they give causality, but is it a lot? But it's summer right now. I'm pretty sure it's, at least where I am. Give me a second. There's literally snow outside. Kai brings back... I could actually do that. I could actually... It would just... Wait, maybe I can. Let me just check if I can. Unfortunately, there is no snow on my balcony. But I could go down and grab some. You know what? I will. See if I will. See if I don't. returned! I forgot to set the manatee. Can I eat the snow? That's actually really far down. And I was having trouble with my keys. But manatee's restored now. I'm sorry. I forgot the manatee. But why what? You asked if there was snow. I actually also brought a little bowl that doesn't drip everywhere. We've acquired snow! Also, thank you for the super chat, Mia. Manatee restored. We acquired snow manatee. I don't think manatee can like snow. Yum. Nom nom. 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 But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat, Emir. And I'm sorry I forgot about the Watcher. I was so caught up in the moment of acquiring snow that I forgot. Manatee is the true mascot. You know what? That could work. And is very surprising. Very surprising. I'll have a bit later, I'll probably have like an ice ball instead of a snowball. What is this? Well, I just falls from the sky in other areas. What an incredible world, huh? Man, this is a manatee plush. I guess. Are you alive? Well, some of you may have heard something there. As you all know, the Watcher's not an ancient. Or is he? Manatee's the true streamer, Kai is the mascot. Yes, Kai, I'm alive. It is I, the Watcher. Well, now apparently I have a bowl of snow. Yeah. The good news are that I remembered gloves, so my fingers are not freezing. That was why I had to come back into the room twice, because I also forgot my keys. You didn't think this run through, huh? No, it was very much a spur of the moment. I thought it was funny. I think I also mildly broke my my blinders when I was checking my balcony. Hey, God Damon, hope you're doing well. Have you seen? We have a snowball. We've acquired a snowball. Now bring us a snowman. Drink the snowball. Oh, yeah. Look, I actually managed to bring an Aerodel snowman. Somehow. Drink it. Drink it. Drink the snow. I don't actually know if that's a good idea. I just grabbed random snow. There's a lot of dogs in the area. Make a snow manatee. That sounds really, really hard. Right. Yeah. I feel like that is an interesting thing to finish on, actually, Emir. So I think this is also where we will be rounding up the stream. I realized we didn't actually get to see very many clips. I will say I feel like we got to see some really long clips. The one clip we didn't get to see of people who were actually here is Viek. So that will have to be next time. That is an 08S solo, so maybe other people want to also do an 08S solo just to add to the list. We can have like a little multi review where we see multiple people do it at once. I'm just kidding, but if you do post them, like if you do them, do feel free to. I do think it's interesting to see how different people approach these fights differently. But that will have to be next time. With that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, or me, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join, where you will find most of the people, if not straight up all of them. You will also find me, and you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the rest of the week. It usually gets updated Sunday or Monday. You can also find the announcement room where I post the links to new videos, new streams, wherever it is. It shows up there first. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, which will mean that you get a little notification whenever I post a new schedule, post a new video, post a new stream. And you will also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before a time-sensitive thing, like a stream is starting, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy the stream, then it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream, because it tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a really awesome stream and you would like other people to also enjoy it. And that helps me a lot, of course, by extension. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. I do realize that I'm starting to have quite a list of backlog on clips. But I also realize that there's a bunch of them that I couldn't really check because the person isn't even here. Like, worst case, we'll check them if they never come back, or maybe I'll remove them from the list. That could also happen, but I would prefer if we review stuff that people are actually there to see. And also, thank you again, There's very generous super chats. Thank you so much. And also thank you, Emir. And see Samantha? Yes. Samantha. Yeah, Samantha K. Thank you all for the very generous super chats. I really appreciate it very much. Right, so tomorrow, test your claims. Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters with a lot of talk about actually open optimization. You might not be the most interested in this stuff, but you might find it fascinating nonetheless. And then we of course have Small Kai on Saturday. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.